exactly as it was all those years ago.
Right and left corner.
There have been happenings here as long as the track has been here. It's still kept its heart and soul. The track is the final arbiter of things, and it makes it very special.
The 1950s were a transitional period in motorsports history, a time with rapidly advancing technology and changing sentiments about racing on roadways. After the U.S. outlawed racing on public highways, there was a rush to build permanent racing facilities across America. Road America, Watkins Glen, Laguna Seca, and Lime Rock Park were among those built between 1953 and 1957 and laid the groundwork for the future of motorsports. In the following decades, Lime Rock Park was one of the tracks that saw legendary cars, moments, and people on its 1.5-mile layout. It's here that GRIDLIFE hosts an event that celebrates this history and car and tuning culture and offers just a little glimpse of the future of grassroots racing. Hi everyone, and welcome to Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut, and GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Greg Kramer. Greg, welcome aboard. This is one of my favorite GRIDLIFE events, celebrating the modern tuning era from the 1980s to now, and racing history at one of the most historic tracks in North America.
Well, I'm absolutely honored to be here. I mean, I had to miss the first two due to some conflict, so this is very special to me. I have some tremendous memories from this venue. It's so rich in history, as you talked about. It's the third longest continuously running venue, road racing venue in the United States. So it has so much history to it. We'll get into more of that, obviously, as the event unfolds. But right now, we've got qualifying that's coming up.
GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying here. 60-plus entries here this weekend at Lime Rock Park. And those doing the math at home, 1.5 miles, 60 cars. That math doesn't play, Greg. But we got our split field format for the races later today, where we'll split the field in half, run our B group and then our A group. But qualifying is all the cars on the racetrack at once. It's a long session. It's enough time to get a lap in. But you know the drivers, they're going to want every moment on the racetrack. It's going to be busy out there.
Well, you know, cars per mile, this is one of the most dense circuits you're ever going to find. And you know racers, Kyle, you get 20 of them at Road America at 4 miles and somebody will complain about traffic. So this is what we're looking at here. It is just stacked upon stack of these cars out there. You really have to show some immense strategy qualifying here to find a gap. Better still, find a little partner coming through that diving turn to get a nice run down into Big Bend.
Yeah, coming into this weekend, and we'll get to the qualifying times here shortly, but coming into the weekend, the big topic of discussion is the championship battle. It's a 4-horse race between Luke McGrew, Eric Cattell, James Houghton, Matan Rosenberg, and the leader in that group is not here. Luke McGrew is stepping out of this one after competing in a hill climb last weekend, so it's up to Cattell, Houghton, and Rosenberg to close in. They've all started less races than Luke McGrew, but if they have good weekends, they knock their bad races off in the 14 rounds that count for their points total, and we could walk out of here with a near tie between 4 drivers for first in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, the margin right now from McGrew to Cattell is 56 points, but again, you've got to factor in drops. If they can drop more low finishes, if they get some high ones here with Luke not here at all. And you and I have talked about it before we got to the event here, that Luke McGrew is having a Tom O'Gorman kind of season. He's throwing out, what, 5ths and 4ths a couple of times? So this is a huge opportunity for the other guys that are chasing him.
Yeah, McGrew has started 20 races. He's won 9 of them. Yeah. almost a 50% win ratio, which Tom O'Gorman had back in 2022. So when you look at his championship season, the worst he's finished is 5th. He's dropping that as one of his drop rounds. You need to get to that point if you want to compete for this title fight. Eric Cattell is awful close to that if he has a good weekend here, and already up to 3rd on the board there. And how about Paul Darling? Impressed us in practice and right to the top here early in qualifying.
Yeah, he top practiced, and he top practiced by 0.3 of a second. That's a huge margin on this small track. The other impressive part of it, though, 2nd to 20th were covered by less than a second. So think about it here. You've talked about it as well. This is a tuner, a garage build. People working on the cars in their garages and the like. They come to a track and they're top 20 within a second. That just speaks volumes about the quality of this field.
This is one of the last great racing series where you can build a car in your garage and go race it on something like this and show the world what your builds look like. Ronnie Vidoc takes the DC Sports Integra right to the top at a 59.37 by just under 200ths of a second over Paul Darling. The margins are tight. The competition is strong, and we already see how much traffic you have to contend with, Greg, but in nearly 30 minutes here, you are going to get 30, 40 opportunities to get a clean lap, so you don't need to spend the entire time on the racetrack. I bet one guy that will, though, Nick Barbato in that white M3 on the screen right now, relatively local competitor, showed up to Mid-Ohio, not fully prepped, not fully ready. He did tons of testing here at this racetrack. He is ready to rock and was one of the fastest cars in practice. 2nd,
as a matter of fact. So, yeah, he's going to put his local track knowledge to really good use here. And, I thought Vidoc, after being 11th in practice, I thought he was a little out of position, because to me, that car should be really good here, and we know Ronnie can pedal it, and I'm not surprised to see him make a little bit of a leap here. Darling, Waldbaum, Cattell, and that's big for Cattell, obviously, in that championship hunt. But also impressed here with Marchev, who's got a pretty good lap in early. He was a lot farther down the order in practice. Now, it's early in qualifying, and things can certainly change, but we're going to keep an eye on it here. Matan Rosenberg, one of those points players, currently sitting 10th there in one of the big thundering Corvettes. And this track is a track that really lends itself, I think, to lightweight cars that are a little bit more agile and can really flow speed through the corners, because the entire track is essentially corners, except for this front straight. So if you can carry momentum through the corners here, this may be the definitive momentum track. And it also is primarily right-hand corner. So if you can figure out a way to put a little wedge in that thing, or a little bit of stagger, it can help you just a little bit.
We went from one of the largest tracks in the country by like 4 miles at Road America to one of the smallest in 1.5 miles here at Lime Rock Park.
And about the same numbers of entries.
right. And the same number of cars. But if actually more here than we had at Road America. But if you look at the top 10 right now, all the cars, or most of the cars in that top 10, are on the lightweight side, as you pointed out. Matt Waldbaum, Eric Cattell, Tony Marchev, Emil Tabb, Lena Chin, James Houghton. Those cars are all skewing to the light side of the spectrum. Now, there are some outliers. Eric Magnussen's M3 is not a light car, but it's going to be a struggle for those heavier cars to change direction and carry speed like the lightweight front drive cars do, like Eric Cattell or James Houghton, for example.
Yeah, exactly. You can see how quick things can change here, because we were just talking about just a couple of minutes ago that the number 484, we're talking about Rosenberg, was in the 10th spot. Now he's 13th because some other cars just jumped up. Lena Chin just made a big jump up into 7th. And if you were here or watched from here last year, she had a problem in the first race where she got hit and had as a result, a mechanical problem. And with the A-B race groups here, she had to drop into the B group. Her race 2B and race 3B were 2 absolutely stellar drives, highlighted by, in race 3, a 3-wide pass around the outside Big Bend. So I think she's going to really feel like she's got unfinished business here.
I think so, for sure. And there's also been a tweak to the AB format.
Look at Rosenberg.
Now, right to the top, 59.201. There goes all that talk about light cars being good here. But, going back to last year, and actually Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, which wasn't streamed, the AB format used to penalize you big. If you had a mechanical issue, it would drop you out of that A group and into the B group, and you'd have to fight your way back all weekend long. That's been adjusted. It wasn't, the intention of the AB group wasn't to penalize people for breaking cars. It was to make sure that the racing was great through the entirety of the field, as Emil Tabb jumps to 3rd, Marchev up to 2nd. So
Coutil up to the top.
Oh, look at him at 59. That's a quick lap here too, isn't it?
And look at that margin, 6 1,000ths of a second. This is unbelievable.
But going back to the format change, there was an adjustment announcement made that if you have a mechanical failure and you drop to the bottom because of breaking something, you're not going to lose your position in the A group. That's going to keep everyone sorted how they should be, which means that having a mechanical isn't as catastrophic as it was. You're still not going to score points, but you're not going to get buried where you can't make up any after that.
And I think that's only fair and righteous. There, no question about it. Now, if you're involved in an incident, particularly of your own doing, I don't think there's any problem with penalizing. You can see somebody dropping off tires there through the right-hander that leads onto the Paul Newman straight. Just recently renamed that in honor of the guy, the movie legend, who I've always thought and been very convinced of it, having announced an awful lot of his races. If Newman had started his career 20 years earlier, he could certainly have been an IndyCar champion. He was that talented and just never had the opportunity young enough to really get out and do it here. So only fitting. This was his home track. Loved it here, and it's great. So, I mean, talk about a couple of legends for the straightaways here. Paul Newman Straight and Sam Posey Straight. Pretty cool.
Absolutely. And this racetrack is just so steeped in history with all of the historic cars and series and drivers that really took to this racetrack and put on some great shows. That putting that piece together at the beginning of the broadcast, so many great moments in the IMSA GTP era, for example, where you saw the track records absolutely obliterated. We've already seen the track record in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship fall this weekend. More on that later. I'll bet you it drops even further for the rest of the weekend.
I'm sure it will. You bet.
So lots of exciting things to talk about and continue adding to that history here this weekend. But looking at this top five, you mentioned Marchev. Eric Catil and Tony Marchev battled race after race at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Marchev, that was a breakout round for him. He had 4 top fives there, fourth, third, and second, and then followed it up with a second in race 4 at Road America. And could have won that race. He just had it off early, battling Scott Hecker. So Marchev is one to keep an eye on. He had a pretty good result here last year after putting it in the wall in the first race of the weekend.
Exactly.
So I would keep an eye on that 17.
Yeah, he had to fight his way through the Bs and did an incredible job last year as well. One to watch. How about Eric Jensen? He was up into 5th for just a minute there in that V8 swapped Toyota Scion FRS and doing an absolutely superb job. But look at Mr. Zhu, a great lap. He was fun to watch here last year. He's proven that was no fluke.
No, Kevin Zhu, well, he's a great guy. So that is effectively a very simple build. It's a 2009 era, I believe Honda Civic SI. Not a lot done to it. There's a little arrow. He's changed his gear ratios to help his straight line speeds a bit. But Kevin works in quality control at iRacing, and I cannot tell you how many laps he's probably had to do at Lime Rock Park just to test all the content and things in that simulator. So using that sim knowledge to jump right up into the mix, that's going to be fun because that car, we talk about prep. That one isn't the top echelon of dollars invested, but he certainly is up there in the mix as far as lap time so far.
Yeah, doing a really, really stout job out there. Look at this, Catil, now first guy to drop into the 58s, and that's a 58.863. And you would think his car would be absolutely dynamite around this track, and it's proving to be exactly the case. It's prepped within an inch of its life. It's beautiful, that hybrid racing machine, but it's light and it relies on that momentum. And momentum is, when you're free and clear, momentum is everything, right? And so a light car with not as much power as a result, freewheeling around the track is great. Where one of those momentum cars can run into a little bit of problems is when they get into traffic, if that traffic has bigger grunt, because then they have to run the pace of those bigger, slower cars, and then you come onto this front straight here, and they're just going to ease away from you a little bit. So if you're driving a momentum car, never have the absolute need that you do here to be extremely decisive and quick in making passes, because if you decide, I'm not going to go for it here, you could end up behind a slower car with a little bit more power for a long way around this lap and lose a lot of time.
This is one of those racetracks that you spend all the corners setting up for one real good passing opportunity down into turn 1 as Lee Womble works around the outside of a slowing Catil. But this lap time, just for reference, by the way, is about 7/10 off of the GLTC qualifying record set by Tom O'Gorman a couple of years ago, 2022. The race lap record is a 57.6, also set by Tom O'Gorman. He set the bar high.
That's smoking for a race lap.
Yeah, he won that race by 7.5, 8 seconds.
Yeah, he was
here.
gone.
So that was a magical season for him where he won 20 of 40 races. But it's going to be tough to beat that, especially with the warmer temperatures we're seeing here, but still not bad at all. James Houghton climbing up to 6th in that 41.
I was kind of wondering where he went, and he just faded a little bit and then pops in a lap like that. And the one thing, folks, if you're not real familiar with this, we'll see a track map, but you can just see it visually here. With the exception of the downhill diving turn, every other corner here is directly connected to another corner. Not in the sense of, of course they're connected, but it's only the diving turn where you exit onto a straight for a while. Everywhere else, even technically the Paul Newman straight, it's not straight. You're always weaving and everything. And it always takes me back to Rick Mears made a comment once about Indianapolis when somebody said, how did you find the speed to get back around Michael Andretti in that great duel? I don't remember what year it was when they both made outside passes into turn 1, and Rick Meir got back around and got the win, and he said, I had to adjust my pattern. And that just really stuck with me. And I think about it with this track so much because how you enter Big Bend affects how you leave it. How you leave Big Bend, the minute you get out of Big Bend right here, if we keep following this car, the next thing that happens, right as you kind of get the wheel straight, you're heading into the lone left-hand turn here. As soon as you get your wheel straight there, you're right into the next corner. And it's like that all the way around the track. So your pattern on entry to one part of the track could affect you 4 corners later. That's what makes this track so unique and fun moments like that.
I think that was Kevin Bandy for a slide.
Hung that bad boy out.
Taking it for a little bit. But you bring up a great point about how everything's linked together. And I think that's why cars that are lightweight tend to do better here, because the change in direction or the ability to change direction and not having so much inertia, I think is a huge boon. This is Donald Louie in the 404. This is a Subaru BRZ, and it's one of the rare BRZs in GLTC in that it actually retains the FA20 engine that the car ships with from factory. It is turbocharged, but it is it's unique to see a car like that in this mix. James Houghton jumps up into the 58s.
Oh, he's getting there. He's getting there. Only 2 guys into the 58s now, and 2 front drive. But Houghton's car does not fit the model like Butill's does, because his is a little bit heavier, but the man knows how to wheel it. He had some great races here. That was a big off.
That's Paul Darling down there at turn 1. And I think they're going to be giggling about that one later, because the car that came out of the pits right in front of him was his good friend Sam Scott. So they'll be ribbing each other about that later today, I'm sure.
Gathered it up nicely. Matt Corrins here, the number 52. Matt, last year here, he had a couple of tremendous races as well. He had an absolutely brilliant pass, I think, into turn 1 into Big Bend, where he threw him the dummy inside and then went outside and went right around him. There was just some beautiful stuff. And that's one of the things you can do at this track, particularly if you've got one of those lighter cars. You can find grip off what you would, the quotes, the normal line. There's grip out there because people run lots of different arcs through corners, and you can find some grip and make outside passes here.
Max trouble front straightaway, and that's Matt Corrins. And I don't think he hit anything. I think he got straightened back out. He went around real fast on him.
Yeah, I think that left rear corner might have just touched the wall.
But I was mentioning that,
not hard,
that 52.
Yeah.
It might look like it did a couple years ago, Greg, but it is not the same. They have done a lot of work on that car in the offseason to prep it for this year's events. And so he's sitting on the front straightaway driver's left, and we've gotten a lot of laps around here now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this session come to a close maybe a little early to go retrieve that car. We have a very tight on-track schedule this weekend, so there's not a lot of funny business that's going to be happening on the racetrack.
But one of the things that we love about this schedule, part of the reason it's so tight, is because of the size of the entry for the GLTC class. We split them into 2 races. So now instead of 4 GLTC races on the weekend, we get 8. And there's nothing more fun than calling and watching a GLTC race. So, yeah, we'll see what happens down there. And that is what we've been, if you've ever been here or watched before, that is one of the trickiest turns, I think, in North American motorsports, the diving turn. It's so important because if you don't get out of it well, you're a sitting duck for a pass into Big Bend. And if you're chasing somebody and you don't get out of it well, so we have a full course yellow that has come out now. But you're on a tightrope all the way through that corner. You plunge down the hill. Oh, he's moving again.
Yeah, I don't know that he
maybe
got any damage from that.
Maybe not.
It spun around so fast. I think it kept going, and we're back under green. So just to also make a point about the yellows here, we've now implemented across not only the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, but here in GLTC Practice and Qualifying, we don't have to bring the whole field in. We can do a full course yellow, sort of code 60, if you will, where you don't have to catch a pace car, you don't have to bunch back up, but you slow down to basically pit lane speed, allow the recovery to happen, and you can get back underway.
And I'm looking at a car down in pit lane, waiting for it to come out on trackers. We're watching Eric Jensen here. Excuse me. Not Jensen.
Magnussen.
Eric Magnussen in that beautiful gold 330. But Jackie Ding in an old Toyota Corolla that he continues to work on, an AE86. It is such an evocative car. You look at it, and if you followed racing for a long time, and unfortunately I have, I remember calling those cars in many, many races, and it's got the live axle. It doesn't have the modern suspension technology. And he said, you know, I've kind of had to accept the fact that this car is probably never going to be running at the front of a GLTC race. And he said, but there's no more car that's more fun to drive than this one because of that live axle and the way it works. And I told him, we just have to equalize things for you. And he goes, yeah, how do you do that? And I said, well, we have to make everybody run on bias plies. And his eyes lit up, and he goes, that's what this car was designed for. Yeah, let's do that.
I've seen the onboard footage of him driving that car. It is, I mean, that car, the AE86 Corolla, became famous in popular culture from being in the Initial D anime, effectively. And it was all about sliding the car around, you know, using the balance of the chassis, the last great rear-wheel drive Corolla. And this is that car, and it drives like it does in the anime. It's sideways all the time, constantly an oversteer.
You're playing pitch and catch with it all the time, and that's what makes it so fun. But tell you, Colton Wade, this is a new livery to me, and boy, is this sharp.
So this is a new car to him, too. So if you remember Paul Curley, this is that car.
Oh, okay.
So this is Paul Curley's old car. It's a reference, I believe the livery, it was a Good Wrench livery back from the early 2000s. I don't know if it was I can't remember the series it raced in, but it was one of the Corvette racing liveries.
Okay.
And so he's applied it, and honestly, he had a really great debut with this car at Mid-Ohio. Was running top 10, top 15, so this track, I believe, might be new to him. He's 18th, though, so that's not a bad start.
That's not a bad start at all. And I was just, wanted to point out to some folks, if you're watching and you see the cars as they come through the diving turn onto the front straight, if you see them smoking, it's just as you compress at the bottom of that corner, it so loads up the suspension that oftentimes that big left rear tire will just start to rub on the fender, and that's where some of that smoke comes from. So it doesn't necessarily mean they're having a mechanical issue. They just completely load that left side up. Let's be honest, with the exception of turn 3, which is the only left-hander on this track, everything here is right-handers. So the left side tires just get pasted here.
You know, I think this track is like a roller coaster, right? You go into the uphill turn 5, and at the bottom you have this huge compression. And you come up over the top, and then you're almost airborne. Some of the faster time attack cars will get airborne. The rest of our cars have been getting airborne over the crest. And then you come over the crest of the downhill, get light, and then you massively compress again at the bottom. So you have to change how you turn in so that you can take advantage of those compressions and when all the weight's on the car, so you can get your rotation done early. If you miss that at turn 7, you're going for a ride.
Oh, big time. And we've talked so much, much over the years here about the wonderful overlap rule here that we have, where if you've got a little bit of overlap, the guy has to give you racetrack, wherever you are. I would still say, however, you can do it everywhere else on this track. Don't try and maintain overlap on the inside heading into the downhill, because that eventually he's got to turn in or he's going to go off big, and you don't want to be responsible for that. But otherwise, and we've seen it here before. I know watching, because like I said, this is my first one, but in other racing over the years here, we'll have cars that'll go for a half a lap side by side. It's just, it promotes amazing racing.
It's 155, Michael Pagano. This car debuted at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. Been a bit of a struggle to get it to run kind of the way that he was hoping to get it to run, but it's unique in that it's actually a Japanese manufactured BMW. It's a right-hand drive car, has a paddle-shifted transmission, and it's a hatchback, so all of those things make it really cool. It has that kind of BTCC vibe to it, which he was aiming for. And when I walked up to him at Gingerman Raceway, I said, "Hey, this reminds me of something out of British touring car." He goes, "Awesome, that's exactly what I was going for." So I love this car. It's been a challenge to get it to run consistently and smoothly, but so far it's been doing lots of laps here in qualifying.
Well, and when you can get the driver on the right-hand side of a track of predominantly right-hand corners, that helps. That's great weight distribution inside that car for you. Here's a look at Big Bend. Great story about the runoff there, which you'll talk a little bit more about why that actually exists. But the first time they did the pave the park thing, and they repaved the whole track, and I came here and I was announcing Trans Am and World Challenge, and Paul Newman was racing in World Challenge, and in the first practice session 3 times he ended up down in the runoff at turn 1. And afterwards I asked him, why, and he said, well, he goes, there were 2 cracks in the track that I always use, one as my brake point, one as my turn in, and they were gone. So I was hunting a little bit. It's the checkers out, by the way. But over the radio at the end of that session, the person, the starter, said, Control, I know we've been trying for years to figure out a name for that runoff area down at the exit of 1, and I think after this session we've got it. And the chief steward said, do tell, and she said, Newman's Own.
We got a great look at Eric Thompson making his GLTC return in that Toyota Celica, another car that has a lot of automotive and tuning history, and it's, again, all the purpose of this event. Tomorrow, the Legends Concourse, curated by Prime NYC, is putting on quite the show at the top of the hillside here, this year's focus being on the great Mazda RX-7, which has a rapid following in the last couple of decades, and those cars are... Well, look at Paul Darling.
Right at the end, 10th to 4th, backing up his top practice time, and wow.
Let's have a look at our qualifying results here in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Eric Cattell up at the top. James Houghton, Tony Marchev, Paul Darling, Kevin Zhu. A lot of buddies up in that mix between Darling, Zhu, Cattell. This is going to be fun. Matan Rosenberg 6th, Emil Tapp, Nick Barbato on his 2nd ever event, P8th, and Walbaum and Chin, a couple ASM drivers rounding out the rest of the top 10, Greg.
Yeah, and for Lena, I'm sure she's going to be a bit depressed because she was 7th when that lap started and ended up 10th. Jensen, I think a solid 11th there. Ronnie Vidak sitting there in 12th. Samuel Scott, I think he's familiar with this place and putting some good laps in.
Yeah, was one of the front runners in Group B last year. So was Hans Horpedal in that 77, 22nd for him. Matt Corrins with that spin still managed 24th. Andy Smedegaard, not the pace he was hoping for, P27 in the 212 GT86. And Michael Pagano, we spoke about in 28th. Brian Leonard from Chase Space, 31st place for him. Zach Lavoie is back with us here this weekend, 33rd. Right ahead of Thompson, Rubenstein, Wasilko, who's new this weekend. Ben Thorne from Gears and Gasoline making his return after that crash at Carolina Motorsports Park. Jackie Ding, Jason Wynn, and Donald Louie at the rest of the top 40.
And you take a look at the remainder of this big field here. Thomas Moss, Louis Chatroop, Tony Barber, Thomas Lathrop, and David Ruzinski wrap up the top 45. Then Matthias Arias, Azim Alariza, Christopher Schooler, Nicholas Fuller, and Patrick Huxley. And we still aren't done.
No, we're not. 54 cars took times to qualifying. Larry Luck, Jose Santa Cruz, Dai Wynn, and Cindy Picotte, who's also new this weekend, down in 54th place. But man, what a crazy qualifying. That was a lot of fun.
It was.
Kept it green for most of it. We're going to step away for a few minutes and the first laps of the weekend for GRIDLIFE Drift coming up just after this.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's Flex-Fill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the Flex-Fill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
High performance, year-round traction, long tread life. It's one tire with multiple personalities. Introducing the Azenas FK460, Falcon's all-new ultra-high-performance all-season tire. With an advanced rubber compound that delivers confidence through every curve, in any condition, all year long, making the seemingly impossible possible. Learn more about the Azenas FK460 at falcontire.com.
Well, GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is all about celebrating the modern tuning culture from the 1980s to now, and so is the sport of drifting. Welcome back to Lime Rock Park and GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. It's a beautiful Friday afternoon. Kyle Heyer joined up at the booth here by Owen Horst, who's filling in for Gray Sitton this weekend because he's out in California, Owen, but excited to be alongside you. Drift is going to be a lot of fun here this weekend. We've got about 30 of some of the best drifters that we know. Nick Swan's holding it down there. Going to watch people tear up Lime Rock Park here in just a little bit.
Yeah, as always, I'm real excited to watch Nick Swan commandeer this field, let these boys know what they can and can't do out here. It's going to be an awesome time.
Yeah, so really excited. We got some great cars. We'll talk about a few of them in just a moment's time, but they'll be drifting the full course here at Lime Rock Park, something that is done very rarely and hadn't been done in many years when we brought it here for the first time back in 2021. I think I saw Larry Chen here as well. We've got a couple chase cars that I've seen rigged up with cameras, so we should get some good onboard footage here as well.
Yeah, I believe Larry Chen's in that white GR Corolla with all those camera rigs on the front of it, and he's got like a pretty goofy like a PPF system on the front of there. He just kind of slaps it on, and just be like, yeah, this looks good to me.
I think effectively the dealerships just give him the car, and they must know what he does with them, but
I don't know.
How about this? FCP Aero putting on a show, and
seriously,
this Porsche, and what a crazy looking build this is. I saw this in the paddock. I didn't know it was a drift car.
Dude, it's so cool. A first-gen Cayenne getting after it out there. It is, it's awesome.
Of all the things that we've seen in GRIDLIFE drifting, I don't know that I've ever seen an SUV.
Is there any other?
I mean, I've seen hatchbacks and wagons and trucks. And
there's that one dude who's got that WRX wagon that's like got a 2J and it's rear-wheel drive converted. Yeah, we always get all kinds of goofy stuff, including rear-wheel drive conversions. There's an Audi S5 out there slaying it down. That's a beautiful looking car.
Yeah, you can't see who's coming up next. All the smoke down there at Big Bend, but man. And this is going to be a lot of fun. I think we've got a handful of cars from FCP Aero. We've got, looks like, got some Falcon guys out there as well. There's a Gran Torino, I believe, that's going to go ripping with it we've seen before, and plenty of 240s and cars that kind of made up the tuning culture of the last 30 years, which is what this event is all about.
Yeah, certainly. And then another car that I can see that really helped push along tuning culture is a blue E36 being driven by Michael Hershen, who's actually one of our core team members here at GRIDLIFE. Super awesome that he gets to work hard and do his thing, and then when drift session turns on, he gets to turn that car on and go have some fun for a second here.
And Grant getting after it there at the Big Bend and Turn 3 section. This racetrack, when we first drifted this back in 2021, we immediately realized, and the drivers realized, how great of a track this is for drifting. The flow, we just talked about it with Greg in the GLTC qualifying. All the corners are linked together, which is perfect for drift. We drifted Road America. It was cool, but it just didn't have the flow that Lime Rock Park has.
Yeah, without a doubt. And for whatever reason, whenever I'm in a simulator, racing this track or even drifting this track, it is so just one complete fluid corner and movement all the way up to the downhill or all the way up to the uphill, and then you actually can reassess yourself and be like, oh, okay, big right hander here.
Ryan Turk back out here in an 86 chassis. It's been fun to watch him bring his various toys over the years between the Stout last year and the Judd-powered V10 Supra the year before that. It's just been a blast to watch him bring out his fun stuff.
Yeah, he's always got some fun Toyota products to bring out.
BMW wagon. Man, I'll tell you, it doesn't seem to matter if it's a grip car, a time attack car, a race car, or a drift car. Bring me a wagon.
Yeah. Well, actually, bring me this, Kyle. Bring me this. Give me that perfect amount of patina, perfect amount of grunt, and the exact amount of sliding, dude. Look at this thing get after it. I believe that's a Gran Torino?
Someone will correct us, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
But
No, that's doing it. That's that thing.
Justin Pollock getting after it. Good to have him here with us, as always, in the Falcon Mustang with the camera on the stick there up on top.
Yeah, 360 go fast camera or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
One of the drivers that was with us at Road America a couple of weeks ago, and as we said earlier, from the biggest track on our calendar and in North America to one of the smallest, there's a lot that's different. Speeds are different. The cambers are different, but Pollock and the true professionalism that these drivers have, they're able to get right up to pace.
Yeah, seriously, you wouldn't realize it or know that there's such a difference in all these tracks, because these drivers just are able to so easily just lock.
Ooh,
oh
almost
my
a backy.
goodness!
Almost chucked a backy in there into 3.
That is an impressive place to get that much angle.
Man,
That Larry Chen towing behind, getting some good shots too. I think.
Sure,
Yep.
Yeah. There's a curl out there as well doing some.
Oh, we got a couple
shots.
pretty verts. These are nice.
350 in the back there, and again, this event, we talked about the celebration of modern tuning culture, and I think drift is perhaps the best example in the paddock of cars that are all about the culture of tuning, the culture of building the thing that you want to build. And you look across the drift paddock, there's a lot of cars that might be the same make and model, but what has been done to them, how they look, how they drive, is entirely different. How about a C7 Vet drift car?
Yeah, certainly. Well, going right off of what you were saying, there's so much, people will have maybe the same car, the same wheels, but there's little to no familiarity between the same vehicle or same chassis in drifting, especially GRIDLIFE drift. We have so much variety. Look right there, we got an Audi S5, getting the door of a Porsche Cayenne. What is going on?
This is what makes this so fun, right?
Oh, got a hatch open.
That's just Active Aero.
Yeah. He's going to pick up some groceries. It might have been a grab-and-go lane that we don't see.
Yeah, parking all the parking spots they cordon off just for the grab-and-go.
Yeah. Oh, man, those people in that car having a blast, I can imagine.
Chris Forsberg is here as well this weekend, pulling double duty as well, as we've got a car off in the grass.
Too much aero. Too much aero from the trunk, Kyle.
This track there in the 240.
Get it moving? Looks like it, maybe.
He's trying.
Is the outside of 2?
Yeah, I think he's dug in with the front side there, so it might need to straighten those wheels out. Grant getting back after it. Well, Grant's one of the nicest guys to chat with. Always a pleasure to shake his hand pre-weekend and during the weekend. Always got a smile on his face. I feel really lucky to have him here with us.
Yeah, certainly. You took words right out of my mouth. Whenever I see him, I'm always greeted with a smile, and I'm always saying, hey, what's up to Grant? It's always good to see him out here.
Matt Kaufman in that black car leading this train here. Man, if you want to talk about guys that send it at GRIDLIFE, Kaufman, that clip that went viral after GRIDLIFE Laguna Seca last year, initiating at the front straightaway, the start-finish line, sliding sideways all the way through turn 1, all the way through and to the Andretti hairpin, continuing to link 3, 4, 5, 6. It was an unbelievable drift.
So impressive.
The same last time out at Road America. Just huge sense. Kaufman's got so much confidence, and he just makes it look so easy.
Yeah, seriously. And one of my favorite parts about it is that the car doesn't seem to change. You always know that is Matt Kaufman out there with that black 240 with the checkered roof. You're always going to know that you're going to see some filthy sliding out there.
And the FCP Euro Cayenne's got 4 people in it right now giving a ride. They packed that thing full of people on pit lane.
Man, I wonder if it must have 2 buckets in the back too.
I bet you it does. And we've seen a handful of I think Forsberg and the Ultimaniac, they had buckets in the back of that. And
that thing was something.
It's all about giving the experience of of drift and the intensity. And my own mom, who's here this weekend, she's gotten to ride with some drift cars in the past, and just there's Forsberg and the Nissan Z.
That's great that your mom was able to go out there.
Yeah, not this weekend, but she has in the past, and I'm going to try to get my sister in a car this weekend. I talked to Swan about it. We'll see.
Man, that's what makes it GRIDLIFE so great, is that it's very familiar. You know, you might be working a super long hour, but like even for me right now, I have my aunt and my beloved cousin out here. You know, and I was able to bring them in from where they live in Manhattan. We had some lunch, and now they're sitting Spectator Hill enjoying some drifting. You know, it's an amazing time out here.
And this racetrack has perhaps one of the best spectator areas in North American racing with that hillside there. It is just perfect. There's a Jumbotron down there. You can see half the racetrack from one perspective. It really is a cool place to sit, shade. There's a bar over there. There's food over there. It really is a pleasure. If you haven't been to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends and you're nearby within a couple of hours, you can still get yourself a general admission ticket. Join us here either today or tomorrow or both. Why not?
Dude.
And experience it. This is a special event.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, but sadly, our camping passes are sold out. But again, like Kyle said, come for both days. You know, come back, come back tomorrow, because we're still gonna be doing the exact same thing, ripping Cayennes around the track for whatever reason. Like, we should paddock that thing next to the GLTC Honda Odyssey.
I would love that. That's. I feel like we've had an Odyssey. Like stance car, drift, or not drift.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Pace our field before. So that's the next thing. We got to make a drift Odyssey.
Was that that wasn't the Busy Moto, like maroon Odyssey with like the 1552 wheels? It's like 1,100 horsepower or something absurd.
It might have been. It was a couple years ago at PPIR, so I don't remember, but go ahead.
I mean, for those who are familiar with like a build by Busy Moto, I do believe that his light blue like whale tail 911 is up in the Toyo tire booth. So if you want to go take a look at that, you definitely should. And there's a ton of other super rad cars up there, like a Mercedes 190E. You know those cars, right, Kyle?
Yep.
But this sick person, he decided to swap a Raptor 3.6 twin turbo engine into his 190E, and it sounds absurd.
I love it.
It's so well done too. Oh, another hatch opening up. That's just a part of the thing.
I just left the smoke out. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see where you're going.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
venting.
It's a feature, not a bug.
Oh, yep. See, and then it closes back up
and opens right back up. I think it's angle of attack. It's directly attached to the steering column. It's not.
Honestly, impressive.
That'd be really cool if it was, though.
Dude, right?
See?
Does FD allow active aero?
I don't think so, but I mean, oops! It accidentally popped open conveniently the same way, perfectly.
Oh,
whoop! Kaufman bails out.
Decides better of it.
So this is interesting. So he's on this straight section of racetrack here, Owen, and it looks like it's just runoff area, but in fact, it's actually part of the original design of the course, which was never realized, but the original Lime Rock configuration, and we'll talk about this later this weekend, was actually supposed to be more than 2.5 miles long, and it went up into the hills and came back around and carried lots and lots of speed, but that configuration was never built. The configuration we're racing on that became Lime Rock Park was originally designed just to be the short course, and so you wonder how much racing history here would have changed had that configuration ever been built.
Yes, certainly. I couldn't imagine going up into like the foothills over there of like those little mountains. That would be insane.
And it would rejoin at the left-hander.
The left-hander of like 2?
Well, I guess it's turn 3 because Big Bend is 1 and 2.
Big Bend is 1 and 2. Yeah.
So this corner would have been the first corner back on what is now the real layout.
Oh wow.
So it's just an interesting little tidbit of history.
Yeah.
And all through the hills we would have had.
Crazy.
It was fast too. There was sweeping corners, big, long, continuous turns. I don't even know. It's one of those racetracks that might not have even stood the test of time because it would have been challenging to make it safe.
Probably super dangerous.
But in that consideration, Lime Rock was one of the first tracks to be built with modern highway safety standards as part of the design process. So there was a lot of consideration around safety when this track was constructed.
Oh wow, that's super rad. I mean, you can definitely see it in the amount of grass runoff that there is, and how far it comes up towards the barriers and stuff like that. Yeah,
just there was consideration back then, and there are places where the track gets tight and there are walls nearby, but that's all part of the challenge. But from the very get-go, it was designed with those factors in mind. And actually, I believe, and I could be speaking a little out of turn, but I believe that one of the gentlemen that was tasked with designing the racetrack is also credited with inventing the energy-absorbing barrels that you'll see on the highway in front of a guardrail.
Oh, really?
So same guy designed those. So it's all part of the automotive history here at Lime Rock Park.
Yeah, that's super interesting.
FCP Euro back at it with the Cayenne.
Oh yeah, got to get another shot of this.
What size rims are those? Those 20s?
Got every bit of 20s, every bit. I couldn't imagine like mounting those tires. Like what? That's one of the biggest, not necessarily like problems, but things that a drifter has to certainly deal with is tire temps and tire degradation. I can't imagine what they do. I bet they're just like retreaded truck tires that they get at like Farm and Fleet or something.
There is race treads here on site, changing tires for competitors, and I'll bet you that Cayenne will be there more than once here this weekend.
I would assume so.
A little off track there.
Got nervous. Larry Chen was right behind him, man. You have to make sure that you look good.
Got to look good on the Instagram reels after.
Of course.
You got to make sure, if you are not, make sure you're following all the GRIDLIFE social channels, in particular the Instagram GRIDLIFE official, because all these camera shots that you're seeing from Larry Chen and from all the trackside cameras, they'll all be on our social channels, his and ours, post-event, and you can kind of see what they were capturing in the moment. Really neat to watch.
Yeah, totally, Kyle. Especially like at a GRIDLIFE event, oftentimes I'm more excited to see what our creatives were able to do at the event and see the photos, the videos, and see all the drone work that our very, very talented media personnel are able to do week in and week out.
Yeah, just capturing the sights and the sounds
of
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. This is a clean, please help me, S15? Thank gosh.
You yep. You were there.
I'm learning.
You were there, Kyle. You had it. Follow your heart.
I'm learning. Gray would be so proud of me.
Dude, he would.
It just gets look, I'm working on it, but it just gets a little tricky when you start doing bumper swaps and S13s and S14.5s. And so I'm as I did with Time Attack years ago when I first started doing this, I'm slowly getting there.
You are getting there, dude.
So bear with me, folks.
Especially because some people will have the reaction like, "Oh, dude, you didn't know that my S13.5 was a Zenki with a kooky rear end." Dude.
I'm down an expert this weekend, so I
exactly.
Really gotta make it happen. So. All right, checkered flag is out here on Drift for the first session of the day. And, man, that was fun. And we're going to get to do plenty more of it here this weekend. And we'll get another Drift session in a little bit later, around 5 o'clock this evening. But we've got lots of racing and Time Attack left to do today as we get maybe one more lap out of these guys here.
Is that? Oh, I believe that's Jimmy Oaks out there in that red E36. It's right-hand drive. I'm pretty sure it's from Japan, if I'm not mistaken. That's a car that he's had for a long time. I'm pretty sure that's him.
We are such confident people up here today, aren't we all?
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's a right-hand drive E36. The only person that I know in possession of one is in fact YouTuber Jimmy Oaks.
Yeah, Matt Kaufman. Working his way around right now. Is he going to commit, or is he just doing a cool down here?
I think that he was all the way down the Paul Newman straight in the
way off that Stamposi straight. Paul Newman's on the other side.
Whoops.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of them.
Yeah, I mean it's right in front of me. I probably could have just read that it says Stamposi straight. But
cooling things down. I think we're going to step away for a few minutes' time. Of course, we've got on the schedule lots more coming up our way. But up next is going to be Rush SR race number 1. We'll be back right after this.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
How'd I do?
Great if you're not looking at the clock.
Sure you got that? I had to be faster than that, right? 100% NOS, 0 sugar coating. New NOS, 0 sugar. Get after it.
For those who demand winning performance on the track, off-road, and everywhere in between, Falken has you covered. Falken Tires, delivering exceptional performance to exceptional drivers since 1983.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is all about celebrating automotive and tuning culture from the 1980s to now, but it's also about showing the future of grassroots and amateur racing. And one of such series is GRIDLIFE's Rush SR series, a new championship formulated at the tail end of last year, and for the first time this year, it is integrated into the GRIDLIFE culture. It is all about the sports racers that are just a spectacular drive, driven by a GSX 1-liter engine, motorcycle engine, chain-driven, Greg Kramer, but they are fun rides to watch. We've got 20 of them racing here this weekend.
Lightweight, they are designed modularly so that if you have an incident, you could just take one of 14 panels off the car, replace it, get back to it. It is designed as a series to do two things. One, keep you on the track at a very low operational cost, and two, get your adrenaline pumping, capable of speeds. You won't see them here, but capable of speeds of 150 miles an hour. These little pocket rockets, as they sometimes are referred to, they're not. These things are serious race cars, and they show it with their performance out there.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a field of over 40 of them at Road America a couple of weeks ago. Really neat to watch. But let's have a look at our track here. This is a Gran Turismo 4-themed track map here at Lime Rock Park. Here's a look at it, Greg. 7 turns. Take me through a lap.
Well, it is amazing. Down the front straight into Big Bend, and as you can see, it's really 2 turns, and it just goes on and on forever. And the minute you exit out of that second turn, you've got to start turning for the lone left-hander on the track, then the right-hander onto what is now Paul Newman Straight. Turn 5 is called the uphill, then into the tighter than it looks West Bend, and these cars will fly through that section of track. And then one of the most daunting corners in North America, the downhill or diving bend, and believe me, it plummets, and then massive compression at the bottom. If you get it wrong, it's a huge off.
Yeah, it's a fast lap here, 55 seconds around in a Rush SR car. You know, we mentioned the GSX engine makes about 140-ish horsepower, but it, of course, is a lot of fun to watch. We'll get to see him make some pretty quick laps. Of course, GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends of the broadcast are brought to you by Falcon Tires, the official tire of GRIDLIFE Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of GRIDLIFE, the title partner of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. So big thanks to the sponsors and people that make it all happen, and great trackside branding, kind of showing all the people that are a part of this, Greg. It takes a lot to put on these events, and look at the paddock packed full of drivers. The campgrounds are sold out. It's a great weekend.
It's a massive entry across the board here, and these Rush SR cars have come out in force. You take a look at that far right of the screen, about center, that's paddock B, and a large chunk of that is the Rush SR paddock over back there. Nice hospitality center. If you decide to race these cars in this championship, they take care of you, give you a place to base out of, and then you get to drive these things, and it's amazing. And you know, they call this track, many call it the bull ring of road racing. And like you said, previous race for these guys, 4-mile track at Road America. Now they show up here, it's 1.5 miles, and they just fly around this track. This could be a track that is perfectly designed essentially for these cars because they're momentum cars. They've got decent aero. They can carry a lot of speed through the corners because they're light. And then with those motorcycle engines, the balance of the cars is really nice. And so they, and as we said, they get up to series speed down the straight here. So this should be an absolutely glorious race. And I'm so happy we get 4 of them on the weekend.
Yeah, and you know what's funny is that 4 almost feels like not enough now. We've got 8 GLTC races here this weekend, so very excited for all of those things. Of course, we got a grid to go over here, Greg, and the field is fairly deep. 18 cars took times in qualifying. Ryan Leach and 15-year-old Ayrton Grimm share that front row. That'll be a lot of fun to watch one of the veterans of the series and a young guy making his first start in that number 49 car.
Yeah, Ryan Leach right right now. Big points lead in the championship. But yeah, Ayrton Grimm, what is he now, 15?
Yep.
I think he just turned 15. And he came out of karting, and this is going to feel somewhat familiar to him, as opposed to a big regular car. And so this is going to be a real opportunity for him, and he jumped on it in qualifying.
Yeah, certainly. Row 2, the Rush Stig starts in 3rd place. And the number 8, Cole Gamma, who was top 5 most of the weekend at Road America, rolls off 4th in that bright yellow number 95.
In the 5th spot is going to be the number 5, second in the points for Rob Radman. And then 6th is the number 74 of Jason Oler.
Sheldon Rosenbaum rolls off in 7th place, right alongside Chris Forsberg making his Rush SR debut. He will roll off in 8th in the 64.
And starting in the 9th spot in the number 9 is Nick Billingsley, and starting in 10th, the 58 of Bill Wright.
And JC Racing starts in 11th place in the number 13. Samuel Reed starts on the outside of row 6 in the number 17 car.
And then starting in the 13th spot is the number 12 of Brett DiGiacomo. Starting in the 14th spot, the 19 of Kelsey Billingsley.
And it was DiGiacomo is the
that's
pronunciation
right. Yep.
for the 12. And Tom Burns rolls off 15th in the number 62. And Bruno Purpura rolls off 16th in the number 15 car.
And then it is the number 144 of Nate Hamilton, another driver who has very little experience here, but has a lot of experience in cars in general. In the 17th spot and rounding out the field will be, in 18th will be number 48 of Joseph Tang. And yes, my apologies to Brett. And great to see Nick and Kelsey Billingsley. Had a chance to visit with them last year at one of the events. And this is, the epitome of a family operation here. And they are out there just having the time of their lives. And that's what these cars are really about.
Yeah, going back to Road America, thrilling battle between Alex Chang, Nico Bratz, and our pole sitter here for this race, Ryan Leach. Ryan came out on top of all those races, but he's got that 15-year-old kid, Ayrton Grimm, right behind him. Grimm started his GLTC experience back at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival a couple of months ago, and while they've been sort of struggling to get that car running reliably, they just put a sequential in it. The clutch wasn't working right, but they already had a ticket to run Rush SR this weekend with Ayrton, and he has taken to it like a fish to water and already has been incredibly impressive.
Yeah, a couple of times looked at the practice times, and he was topping the charts and ended up in, I think, the top 3 at the end of practice at any rate, and then had a great qualifying run. And kid's got some skills, there's no question about that, but this field is a good one. Going to be really interesting. One of the things that fascinated me was at Road America in particular, huge field, 4-mile track, and these cars, and yet like the margin of victory was like in the hundreds.
27,000.
Yeah, there you go. It was just ridiculously close. That's what these cars are all about, and all for an amazingly low per hour operating cost, something in the order of $100 per hour. I mean, that's nothing.
It's an incredible car with lots of incredible drivers. The last time these cars raced was July 28th back at Road America, the National Park of Speed, the biggest track on our schedule. Now we're at the smallest. GRIDLIFE's Rush SR Series takes to Lime Rock Park for the first time on the front straightaway, waiting for the green flag to fly. 9 rows of race cars getting ready to take the green at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Here we go, packed up, paired up, 18 cars deep. Green flag, we're racing in Rush SR at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends.
Just that fast. We have them 3, even 4 abreast, and now some people wising up a little bit, deciding, that's a little bit too adventurous. Everybody doing great, and the nice thing about this track is there's grip on the outside, a big bend, and even on the outside here of the lone left-hander, so you can get in there side by side and make it work.
The Rush Stig slots into second ahead of Ayrton Grimm. Chris Forsberg gained a couple spots there in that 64, running for Team Rapscallion alongside drifting friend Nate Hamilton. He got Chris into this car. They did a test day a couple of weeks ago. Chris is having the time of his life in this thing, and right now inside the top 10 as they climb the uphill.
And here's that, what we're talking about, the uphill. Here's that west bend. I actually went and watched these cars through there earlier, and the amount of speed they just flow through there is really remarkable. And here we go, at speed. Look at the diving turn. You come down, that compression right at the bottom. You have to have the car in the right spot when you hit that, or awkward things can happen. And everybody looking really good right now.
Yeah, Ryan Leach leads the first lap, the 56. The Rush Stig up to second. Grimm third. Gamma right behind. Then Rob Radman and Oler in the number 74. And then through Big Bend, looking good there. Forsberg under fire from Billingsley in the number 9.
A lot of pressure there, but hanging on at this point. You know, we were talking about the fact that Leach coming in here with the points lead. It's 281 points. Now, that sounds like a ton, but over the course of a weekend, there are 300 points available. So one bad weekend for Ryan Leach in this championship can close right back up again. And his approach to it, stick it on pole, just win this thing. Let's keep this momentum going, doing a great job.
There's the 74 car on course. That's Jason Oler, one of the 2024 model year Rush cars. And of course, the news this year was that Rush Auto Works is creating a new car for competition for 2025 called the Rush SRX. Double everything, double the power and a little more money, but you get twice as much fun easily. And that'll be running in a multi-class format here next year. So there's even exciting things on the horizon as the Rush Stig puts in the fastest lap of the race.
And in so doing, I've been watching that car for the Rush Stig looks a lot more stuck right now to the track. Ryan Leach, every time he gets into a turn, the back end starts to rotate around. And, either he's got that car set up loose thinking the track's going to come to him, or he's already overstressing. Remember, this track is brutal on left side tires. You've got to manage them, even with light cars like this.
Front three starting to break away. Ayrton Grimm just tagging onto the tailpipes of the Rush Stig and Ryan Leach. I was watching that battle between Oler and Sheldon Rosenbaum. That got a little exciting at the left-hander as Oler fought the marbles out there fresh off the drift session. It's a little sketchy offline, Greg.
Yeah, those drift cars really throw up not only a lot of marbles from the tires, but sometimes they run a little wide. They'll pull a little junk out onto the track. You just got to be ready for it. And here you can see going into Big Bend, there's so many different lines you can take in. Right there, great example as the number 13 of JC Racing was turning in right behind him, the 17 of Reed. I decided to try a little bit more of a straight line to the apex, and both of them made it work. Nobody really gained or lost a lot. And that's one of the things about this track, Kyle. It's easy to get to 95% around this track. That last 5%, there's so much nuance here, and that only comes with experience.
Ryan Leach just put some distance on the Rush Stig this time around. It was 2/10 at the stripe. I think it'll be a little more than that. But the front three have really set sail and left Cole Gamma about a second and a half behind them as they streak across the line, clicking laps away very fast. Ayrton Grimm improved on his lap that time through, so did Cole Gamma. And every lap so far, almost everyone had gone faster, but now it seems like only a select few are able to improve and get better and better.
And right now, Ryan Leach, only driver into the 55s. He just uncorked a 55.847 second lap, 3/10 quicker than the Stig did. And so maybe that was it. Maybe Leach had that car set up knowing it would be a little loose early and come back to him, because he certainly is finding speed now.
And if the Rush Stig can get up there and battle Leach, I wonder if Ayrton Grimm will be able to reel them in if they get alongside each other. That would bring in some excitement. Look at the yaw in that car.
Yeah.
As Leach turned in, the left rear of the car was further from the apex than the left front, which tells me he's driving it in a slide. These cars have some downforce, Greg, but they still allow you to slide around and maneuver on your own.
Yeah, and he may like the car with it's called a little bit of rotation in it, where you turn in and you get the back to come around, because then you can you null out. Look at that slide, but that can help you null out a little bit of a push, and then you can go to throttle. Ayrton Grimm has now joined that sub 56 group at a really fast 55.7. Now keep in mind, obviously, they're using up some tire here, but the really good drivers, they can sense the tire deg versus the fuel burn off, and the car, as it gets lighter, in theory should be more responsive. Accelerate, turn, brake faster. Number 12,
Brett DiGiacomo down at turn 1.
Glad you had the name ready.
And I think he just maybe outbraked himself, got off course. So let's have a look at this down here in, that was a look back a moment ago. So back to live pictures now, and looks like the lead's tightening up here. The front three.
Sure is.
Let's see, 8/10, and then Grimm fast again.
Yep.
Right in behind the Rush Stig.
Yeah, he's closed in on the Stig noticeably now. That margin is closed up big time. It's about half a second, and it was almost a second a couple laps ago. So Grimm starting to really get after it here. Man, look at again. Seeing, as you said, that yaw from Ryan Leach. He seems to like a car loose.
Yeah, and I think loose is fast if you can control it, even in cars like this that have a bit of downforce to lean on. But at West Bend, the challenge with these cars is the curbing here at turn 6 is so tall relative to these cars. Look at the huge slide. And Greg, that's got to be burning up that left rear tire.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah, loose is fast, but there's a thing called slip angle that a tire has. And if you get to the slip angle, it's great. If you exceed it, you're doing two things. You're chewing the tire up, and two, now you're just scrubbing the tire, which means friction, which means you're stealing speed. And we're seeing it now as we see the Stig now. It's closed up, and that margin, as they started this lap, was about 0.7 of a second. It's a lot less than that now.
And once again, I think if the Stig can get to Leach, as soon as he opens that door, Ayrton Grimm is there. You can't open the door without someone charging through and joining the party here. So what is a 2-horse race will turn into a 3-horse race pretty quickly.
Yeah, and those 3 have checked out a little bit. Running a lonesome 4th right now, the number 95 of Cole Gama. He came in here in the 7th spot in points, an opportunity to move up just a little bit here. And then we look behind him. There's another, about 3 seconds back to Rob Radman, who's 2nd in the points coming in. So it's this battle for the lead right now, which is the one that is really the best race on the track.
And there could be some lap traffic that might play into this. Again, we're going to get so many laps that we could see.
That margin came down by 0.3 from Leach to the Stig. So, and again, it's just, you can see Leach pitching that car, and you see that little correction mid-corner. Again, that actually is exceeding the slip angle, and it causes you have to scrub a little bit of speed to catch that, and the Stig's taking advantage of it. Oh boy, Leach is in a position here where he could get parked by this car. Depends on how that car does in terms of giving him the opportunity. Not too bad. Let him go through. Didn't slow him down too much, but enough.
It compromised his corner entry because he couldn't track all the way out. And now the Stig is all over him here, Greg. He'll have a slipstream on the front straightaway.
And Grimm was the one who actually got held up a bit by that lap car, who did everything he could to get out of the way. I think that was Bruno Papura, and he did everything he could to stay clear. And, you're instructed when you're a new driver in a championship, don't try and help the cars that are passing you. What they tell you is you drive your line, let them go through. And Papura did that to perfection and then stayed out to let them get through. This top 3 battle has really, look at it, the top 3 covered by only a second now.
And it's so volatile, right? Anybody slips, and all 3 of them are there. And there's the Rush Stig keeping Leach honest here. It was Alex Chang and Nico Bratz at Road America. It might be the Stig and Ayrton Grimm here this weekend. It seems to divulge into a 3-horse race every time we run out here. Doesn't matter what racetrack we're at.
And you'll keep in mind, Ryan Leach has had a great season, huge points lead, but that car is massively loose. And, just by looking at the attitude of the car right now, you talked about if somebody makes a mistake, in my book right now, be most likely to be Leach, because at a certain point, you might not catch one of those.
Yeah, we'll see how things pan out. Another gain there for the Stig, 0.3 back. And I'll bet you Grimm knows with this much time left in the race that if he battles the Stig, he's not going to catch Leach. So you might as well let the Rush Stig give an attempt to get to Leach and open the door for him. I also noticed the Rush Stig climb the curb there at Big Bend, trying to get that extra rotation.
Yeah, and you can see Leach as he turned into the left-hander again. There was a big yaw in the car, and in that moment, it went from about 5 car lengths down to 2 as they come up through the climbing turn. This battle is on as we're under 5 to go.
Into West Bend here, turn 6. Watch the slide. Leach is just all over the racetrack.
He wasn't close to that apex.
But he gains a little, it seems, on exit, like it carries the speed well at the sacrifice of the left rear tire on this car.
Well, it tells you his talent because, a lesser driver, that thing would have been in the tire barrier somewhere already.
Look at Grimm close up in the braking zone. He was a full commit there, wasn't he?
Oh, he just reset fast lap, too. Yeah, it's a 55.7 by Grimm.
It's one of the fastest laps you've ever seen here, I think.
That's incredibly good. And again, that just tells you how talented this 15-year-old driver is.
Here we go.
Oh, this might be it. Great run out of the right-hander onto Newman. Whoa. And there you can see, was that a touch?
Yes, front to rear. The Rush Stig gives Ryan Leach a push, and it's going to leave him vulnerable to Ayrton Grimm over the crest here towards West Bend. They're all within a second of each other as they enter turn 6. That was an opportunity. Yep. Leach covered it off pretty well.
He did. He did a great job. And again, that speaks to his talent. And I was going to say for Grimm, too, to continue to be able to lower the record as these tires get more and more used up. He clearly has a great feel for what the weight of the car, the mass of the vehicle, and when he can push it a little bit more. And again, this could be absolutely horrible for Leach. He built up about a half-second lead, and he's going to get parked right here. Now he's going to dive through. Hopefully that car sees the others coming. He does beautiful job. Right there, I think that's the number 62 of Tom Burns.
Didn't close up the lead, but it didn't make it any more separated than it was.
No.
You know what's interesting is every time that the Stig has gotten to Ryan Leach, one opportunity, you burned up your next opportunities for 3 or 4 laps.
Yes.
It takes him so much time to get back that he needs to capitalize on the next chance he gets.
Boy. It is fun to watch Leach, especially in West Bend. I talked about it. It's tighter than you think, really quick. And he just gets that back end to rotate around.
And white flag waving from the main flag stand. This will be our last lap here at Lime Rock Park. 55 seconds to go, and lap traffic ahead of all 3 of the leaders here, Greg. This is going to get interesting.
And it's a race in front of them, too. These guys are going back and forth. And they're under no obligation if they're in a race to just let these cars come through. And here we go. Leach is going to get parked, and that's a team car as well. It looks like that is the number 48.
Here we go.
Here it is.
This is it. Here comes the run Stig. Gonna go left, gonna go right. He holds on it. Ayrton Grimm's gonna get a run. He can't. Nose to tail into the uphill. This is gonna be a battle all the way back to the checkers. Here comes the Stig again. Side by side. I thought for a moment, but he tucks back in line for West Bend. Here he comes again.
Oh, is he going to try something into the downhill? This is a crazy place to do it. Here we go. The Stig getting a run. Grimm can get a double toe here. Leach pops to the outside as his teammate gives him room. But look at this. It's not done yet. Here comes the Stig.
Not quite. Not quite.
Oh.
64 thousandths of a second is your margin of victory for Ryan Leach in the 56. Ayrton Grimm 3/10 back. What a battle at the end there, Greg.
Unbelievable. And again, it was interesting. It was the teammate, the number 48, of Joseph Tang, that gave Leach a little bit of a fit there, but then let him go around the outside. And I think the Stig was hoping he'd pin him a little bit, maybe be able to get a run down the inside, and that's right where Tang went. So, yeah, just what a hang-on drive by Leach, though. Holy cow.
I just got to say this. These cars are not very large.
Nope.
So when they're side by side, your margin of victory is always going to be under 1/10 of a second. 64 thousandths of a second. You can't even blink that fast.
No.
And that's not even the closest finish we've ever had in this series.
I know, it's remarkable. It's remarkable. And, you know, these cars, they are a little smaller than your normal prototype, but they're designed that way. And, you know, one, it makes them very easy to transport, very easy to store. And that's, you know, part and parcel of the entire program here. These things, turnkey, ready to go, are under 40 grand. I mean, come on, for this level of performance.
Let's have a look at the highlights from this one. Side by side at the start, it was the Stig that drove through to second place as the battles ensued behind them. Chris Forsberg and Nate Hamilton battling in the midfield here. The 13 had a little battle as well earlier in the race, but it was really the front 3, as they did at Road America. Different makeup of the front 3 this time, Greg, but that top trio put on a show.
Boy, did they. And it would close up and it would expand, close up, and then that kind of just flowing speed and just throwing the car through the corners. Ryan Leach really showed some driving skill there.
And Ayrton Grimm just learned a lot. This is his first time ever racing this car, and he just watched 2 of the best go at it right there.
Yeah, he did. He did. And, you know, the Stig would close up, and then Leach would be able to find some speed and be able to open it up just a little bit. And this is how close it got at the end, Kyle.
Yeah, on the last lap, and the lap traffic held up Ryan just a little bit right here at turn 6 West Bend. And the Stig taking his time, not forcing the pass, but using the slipstream, using the draft at the end to the stripe, maybe 3 feet. 64 thousandths of a second.
Incredible. Just an amazing race. And I'll tell you what, that young 15-year-old Ayrton Grimm just showed them, you better be careful for the next 3 races that are coming this weekend, because I'm there, guys.
It's going to be a blast, and there's so much more coming this weekend as far as battles on the racetrack in Rush SR and GLTC and more. Well, with our first Rush race out of the way, we're going to take a very short break. We'll be back with the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, their 3rd heat of the weekend, and they've already been laying down some flyers. We'll talk about that just after this.
Stenhouse Jr. has won the Daytona 500.
You spend thousands of hours on the road.
Can he do it again?
Feel hundreds of horses under the hood. But every race, lap, and victory you get starts at zero. New NOS Zero Sugar. Zero sugar, 100% NOS, get after it.
Falcon Azenas RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falcon Azenas RT660.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, a celebration of the modern tuning era and motorsports history from the 1980s to now, right here at Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut. It's day one of the on-track action here at this tiny little bull ring. Fighter jets in a serial bowl. It is a wild lap around here, going for track records in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. We're on the uphill configuration, the shortest, the original config, 1.53 miles, open in 1957. The track record of 51.193 broken this morning, and we'll expect it to continue to get broken here today. This is the first GRIDLIFE venue to sign a multi-year deal with GRIDLIFE. We're here through 2025. At the very least, I expect more than that. Kyle Heyer alongside Greg Creamer. Greg, so far we've had some great on-track action, but now we turn our heads to time attack.
Yeah, and this is so fun, just to watch them chase records, right? That's what, and we're going a little old school here with our NOS Energy Drink Track Battle Championship sessions, because this is not going to be a podium sprint weekend. So now it goes back to each and every one of these sessions. It is just all about laying down laps and finding that absolute best lap you can. We've seen some stunningly fast stuff already. As you said, the overall record already broken, and a number of other really fast laps as well in the categories. And this is going to be great fun.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is brought to you by Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of GRIDLIFE and the title partner of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. And the cars on track now are the Group E cars, so we got a lot of Sunday Cup competitors in here. But let's take a look at the racetrack that we have here today. It's a 1.5 mile configuration, originally built back in 1957 at the kind of the tail end of what was allowed to be real true road racing. The U.S. outlawed it, and a bunch of tracks were built, this one included. And Greg, it's a simple layout, but it's hard to master.
It is. A lot of uphill and downhill in it. And again, you've got these corners like into Big Bend, turns 1 and 2. Turn in early, let it float out, then try and just clip that second apex. The lone big left-hander, then the right-hander on the Paul Newman straight. All of that's fairly level. Here's where the elevation comes in. Turn 5, very abrupt uphill run. A lot of these cars will catch air at the top. Then the tight but fast right-hander, turn 6, are called West Bend. And then one of the most death-defying, if you will, corners you can imagine here, the diving turn. Huge compression at the bottom, massive commitment going in, and it really is a roller coaster ride. And at only 1.5 miles, many people call it the road racing version of a bull ring, and it really kind of has that approach to it sometimes, because these laps come at you absolutely quickly.
They sure do. We've got 8 competition classes here this weekend in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. It's a race against the clock, but at the bottom there you see the competition, and on the event format, it's the same. Every session has the same level of weight. No podium sprint here this weekend. Your fastest lap time in your class is the time that we'll take here. We've got 2 heats already. We're on track for heat number 3 of the weekend, and we'll bring the action to you here in just a moment's time as Group E, I believe, is on course now. And Take a look at our Falcon Sunday Cup running order, because these are the cars that you'll primarily see in this group. And already, Greg, a 12-car field in this class, and looks like David Best in that 134 sitting up at top at a sub-105 lap time.
Yeah, but not by much, is it? It's sub 105, but you got Rice at a 105.14, so he's really close there. Then about 4/10 back to dueling O'Brien and the rest. And the reason you'll see some cars that aren't necessarily in the Falcon Sunday Cup class is because in this format, you group cars by relative speed, not necessarily just by class. So that's why you'll have this 818 out there, which is most definitely not a Falcon Cup car. But nonetheless, yeah, a great run by Best. Here is the fastest laps we've seen turned thus far in this group, and really stellar lap there. A fifth, is that right?
Well, that's
the overall here.
Of the overall
thing
for the weekend.
And there you saw that record time then, didn't you?
So this will give you an idea of some of the fastest times we've seen in this group. Of course, Vincent Nardone in the 5:07 at a 1:03. So this is our overall ticker. We'll flip back and forth between the classes we're focusing on and the overall for the session. But just to give you a little perspective, there's Nick Berg, who's quickest so far in the session in Falcon Sunday Cup. And when we go back to the single class formula, you'll see him second in Sunday Cup.
So that time that Best set, that was set previously. So
Correct.
I like this because it gives us an idea of where people are relative to the top time overall that's been turned so far in each of these categories. And that's what they're doing. They're out there chasing and the nice thing about this, you go out, you put in the best lap you possibly can. Ooh, caught a little curve there.
Ooh, that's going to be a wild ride. Spin, slide. And
Stop.
Ooh, a little contact there at the top of the hill.
Just needed to keep those brakes locked for a second. I think he saw cars coming.
Yeah, you don't want to stop on the racetrack there necessarily at that blind crest. So
Yep.
Car around there at turn 7. There's a local yellow covering that, but we might have to go full course because it'd be tricky to get him turned around there.
And you can see how abrupt the curbs are on the entries, particularly to West Bend up there, because he just clipped that curb with that right rear tire, and you can see it just lifted the back of the car up and just, somebody else having a spin.
Slide,
I think somebody in front of him, it looked like here. So
yeah, not down here at turn 7 from what we can see. So and we have the full course yellow out on the racetrack, so that will bring us to a halt for the time being while we go retrieve that car from turn number 7. So as we go back, and just got a little wide there at the top of the hill, Greg, and slip back around. And again, you have to kind of weigh your options as a driver. Do you lock the brakes down and stop at the blind crest, or do you let it back into the Armco there? And neither is a great solution, but
it's the lesser of two evils is what you're working at there, and that's really a shame because it was, he'd been doing well and he just caught that curb a little bit too hard. And it's one thing if you catch it with the front tire, because it'll just scoot you and it'll knock the front forward a little bit, which puts you just into a push scenario. Normally you could breathe it and you can get control, but when you miss it with the front and then the rear collects it, it just snaps the whole car sideways. And if you're on that limit going through there, just that little bit can knock you into a spin, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, so what we're going to do now is I guess we'll take this opportunity to explain this relatively new full course yellow scenario here in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. In years past, even at this event, if there was an incident or off, all the cars would get a black flag. You'd have to come down pit lane and sit there and wait for the recovery, to get the car off the racetrack. New rules this season that we implemented starting at Midwest Festival, where it's effectively like a Code 60, where you don't have to catch the pace car. You can just maintain a safe pace around the racetrack. You can get a gap. You can do all those things, but it slows the field down so the track team can go out and recover the vehicle without forcing everyone to have to come down pit lane and then create an in-lap and an out-lap every single time. And it really saves times at big tracks like Road America. I think it'll save the number of laps here at a place like Lime Rock Park.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, this place in a certain amount of time, a lot more laps unfold than otherwise at other venues. So that's a great point. And I like it because, everybody's, all right, there's a full course caution. You got to be safe. You know where the incident is. You be careful through there. But like you said, it takes time to, get the whole field into the pits, then the crew out to replace, and that fast. we're back at it. And I think it was because he was able to, I thought I saw him maybe drive down into the pits.
Yeah, I think he just needed an opportunity to get clear racetrack to pull away, and he did just that. So good work there by everybody, and we'll take this opportunity on this kind of speed back up lap here to thank the track and crew and all the safety teams, the corner workers who are here keeping the racetrack safe for us this weekend. Massively appreciate their help in putting on GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. So back into the action here for Group E in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, and going back to the Sunday Cup battle, Greg, let's talk a little bit about the championship scenarios here. The leader in the points is not here. That's Ryan Mukherjee, who's got 77 points in his best 4 rounds. James Smith, who's also not here, has 73 points in his best round. But one car we have to focus on is Sam Dooling, who is currently 5th in class. But Sam podiumed back at Road America, got 2nd place there. He's got 62 points. And if he has a really nice round, he's going to drop a 13-point round. That vaults him right into the mix for the championship lead. And he's the only one of the top 3 drivers that's here this weekend.
That's amazing. Yeah, and he's he's only 15 points out of the lead at this stage, factoring in the drop. So huge opportunity for him. Absolutely great to see. And that's all part of it, right? When you have a Series S designed around being able to drop worse rounds, if you can play that to your advantage, that's just part of the championship. And he's here. Good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And see others on the racetrack at the moment. I think that is that our overall leader, David Best? It is in the 134, but you'll see in this session, Greg, Nick Berg has actually pipped him by about 1/10 of a second. So this is what's great is you can kind of see, the best overall the weekend. You can see the best in the session. We kind of get a little perspective of everything with the overlays here. Joseph King and the Mazda Protege up in the top 5. Then Chris Rice, Dooling, we mentioned O'Brien Kruger in the top 10 overall here.
Yeah, that lap by Best that has him at the top right now is a 104.9. So there it is. You can see it. So he's not much of a margin there with Berg. Now, he got to a 105 flat, essentially. That is really close. So as we always see with Sunday Cup, these cars are almost in a sense spec in many ways, and that makes them, they just run so close in time.
The original name of the class was Spec Fit back when it was first concepted, but over time the rules have loosened up, made it a power to weight class. It's 25-1 in a similar way that GLTC is 12.5-1. This is 25-1. Open it up to different chassis and even rear-wheel drive cars. So Richard Sawicki at Road America won the weekend in a effectively a detuned MX-5, ran effectively a restrictor plate like a NASCAR stock car.
Okay, yep.
And tuned that car down a little to make some speed. There's Sam Dooling of the Abbott Auto Performance Honda Fit, P5 at the moment, as the checkered is out here on the front straightaway, but he'll get at least one more go at this. Sam also helps us out, one of our volunteers that works down in the tech and safety inspections, and when he gets a chance, jumps in this Honda Fit and goes for some laps.
I love it. I love it. When you're a participant in the sport, at whatever position it might be, everybody gets involved in this ultimately because they love driving a car. And so I love the fact that, you can come and volunteer for the weekend, but there's a session when you can go out and run, go do it.
For sure.
That's what it's all about. I love it.
Checkered out, and we'll see cars return to the pit lane here this time by. They're allowed to complete this lap should they choose. Another car that's in this mix, see that Toyota Yaris, the white, orange, and red. That's Lucas Schar, who's 10th at the moment in Sunday Cup. He drove at Carolina Motorsports Park on the way home, got into a little fender bender, tore up the whole front of the car. He put it back together, drove it to a couple of other events throughout the season, and good to have him back here. He's put a new livery on it, rewrapped it, and it looks the part.
Good. Yeah, I'd love to have those recovery stories and get them back out on the track for sure here. And, that's one of the things is on a weekend like this with this sizable field here, this track is going to get so run in. And then the drift cars come out and kind of affect everything, right?
Right.
And then you run it in again. But, what it does is it just tacks up really, really well. And if we don't get, we have this nice, easy little cloud cover here so we don't have just absolutely direct, clear blue sky sun bashing this track and starting to cook the oils out of the rubber down on the track. So it's really in good shape for speed, I think.
I think so, and we'll likely see also tomorrow morning some improvements in lap time as well. But these are your session results here. A bunch of different classes represented, but the majority are those Falcon Sunday Cup participants. We see Vincent Nardone, who's one of our Falcon Club TR participants. I imagine the next couple of groups will see more of those. But given the nature of this racetrack and the momentum you carry, Greg, I imagine a lot of the Club TR cars, even though they don't have the high horsepower, we'll see those in at least Group B as well because of how much speed they can carry around this track.
Absolutely, and they run some aero. They're very effective, and those cars are really for this track. Again, we've talked about a momentum track, and when you're light and agile and can really flow speed through a corner, the only place you're going to lose maybe a little bit is down the straight, but there's one straight and there's lots of corners, right? So if you could be that much quicker through the corners, and that's where those Falcon Club TR cars excel, I think we're going to see them be right up in the order for sure.
So last of the Group E cars are rolling down the pit lane now, which should allow the false grid to turn over the next group, and they'll head back out on the racetrack. There won't be much of a gap between these sessions. It'll be pretty rapid fire once we kick things off here, as we have just a session ago. So as the next group gets set to go on course, again, we'll work our way through our 8 different classes here this weekend. And I mentioned 8. Now, we're only likely going to see a representation of 7 of them. But it is from Unlimited down to Track Mod, Street GT, Street Falcon Club TR, and Falcon Sunday Cup. Super Unlimited is for purpose-built race cars, tube frame chassis. Every other class has to start with a VIN-numbered chassis production car.
So if somebody could go crack the glass open and grab that March 701, that'd be a Super Unlimited.
That'd be a Super Unlimited. We don't give trophies for those because there's just so much. It's hard to get parity in a class like
That's
that,
right?
So,
how fun would it be to have Skip climb into that since he raced it and give it a little haul around here?
That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah. There it is. See it sitting right there. This is honoring Skip Barber this whole year here at Lime Rock Park, dedicated to honoring its former owner, Skip Barber, and everything he did, from being an absolute world-class talent behind the wheel to becoming the first person ever to think, you know what, I think this is coachable. And it was interesting. I had a conversation with Sam Posey many years ago, and I asked him about that. I said, Sam, back in your era, there weren't driver schools, really. There wasn't data. There wasn't all of that. How did you, find speed? How did you, find more speed during a lap? It wasn't like you could look at, I could trail in here, all that kind of stuff. And he said, Greg, I've thought about that too, and the only answer I can give you is you just went faster and hoped it worked. And Skip was the guy who said, I think we can coach this and do schools, and thus Skip Barber School system was born.
One of the most legendary names in motorsport, I'd have to argue.
Yeah.
So with the next group on the racetrack, these are all, again, this is a run as effectively one long session, so we're going to see times kind of slot in as we roll through. So here's your overall order as the next group begins their runs here on the 1.5 mile Lime Rock Park, and we've got a handful of street mod. I see some Falcon Club TR in this mix, some street class stuff, so we're going to see lap times get a little quicker here at this next group. We're going slowest to fastest, Greg, so the quickest of the weekend right at the end of this track battle session.
We love to see it that way, don't we? We just keep building the speed, building the energy a little bit here. And that Kessiov at that 103.365, you can see even there, that's only a few tenths quicker than Nardone, and that's not even in the same class. So that's why they set these up the way they do, with these groups, so that you've got cars out there that are running similar speeds. May not be in the same class, but it's a combination of car and driver, right? And the like here. And I like it because you don't get held up by somebody who's unusually slow in your class, nor do you find yourself being that slow guy and being overwhelmed either. You can get out there and really get after it with people. Maybe get a good tow. You can get a little bit of a tow down this front straight for sure.
See a lot of gray in the 7th to 21st range there on the overall ticker. Let's have a look at the class structure here. Quickest time so far in Falcon Club TR, Peter Granberg. We'll see him later, but there's a lot of drivers kind of in the middle to bottom of this group, I think, that are going to be in the mix in this particular session. So we'll keep our eye on Falcon Club TR as this goes on. But a huge class, 22 have taken times here.
Massive, yeah. And Granberg and Maroney, Granberg leads the points. Maroney fourth right now. The guy who's second in the points, we also see in the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, and he's got it going for a championship as well. But James Houghton is only 3 points at this stage behind Granberg. Then Evan McLaren's 11 points behind the points leader, and Maroney's only 23 points off. So, as we always see with Falcon Club TR, it's a really close battle.
Yeah, certainly. There's a look at the 198 as well. And again, we've got a pretty full field as far as the entries here at Club TR. But that car is driven by Bruce Yoon in the 1994 Civic, making up some of the Club TR categories. Got some street class entrants here as well. And I think one of the highlights for me this week in street class is the return of Mark Brylow in his Mitsubishi Evo. Mark works with the Gears and Gasoline guys now as one of the mechanics on their YouTube channel, and has put a bunch of work lately. You see him in that silver Evo there. Put a bunch of work lately into building everybody else's cars, but this weekend he gets to compete in his own. So we'll see if Mark Brylow can get up into the mix there in street. He's currently 9th at a 101.7 that he ran earlier today.
And again, that's all part of it. You're wrenching on somebody's cars and building them, but that doesn't mean you don't want to get out and wheel one. And so you got people that are, I don't know if it's an accurate term, double dipping, right? Yep. Getting out there and, okay, I'm going to work. This is one of my absolute favorite cars at any one of these events. That BMW, that is right out of the history books here. It's a beautiful looking car, and you can just see, look at the size of the wheels on that. That was where you didn't have a whole lot of grip from Aero. You got the wing and that splitter. Doesn't really do that much, so you needed big fat meats on that thing to be able to hustle it through corners, and man, that's just like looking back in time.
Yeah, Bill Washburn is the pilot behind the wheel of that thing. 10th in track mod right now in the 365 at a 101.050. And one of the things that I talked to Sam Posey about a few years ago was pushing through to beat the 1 minute mark. That was a big deal back in the day. And
you bet.
This is kind of a car that maybe that was already done by that era, but it's just fun watching it hover around that 1 minute mark, knowing how big of a deal it was back in the 1960s and 70s to get to the sub 1 minute mark here at Lime Rock.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big goal. Every time, I remember going to what is now Brainerd International Raceway, back then called Donnybrook Speedway, and there it was, first person to go through the speed traps at 200, they were going to name the straight. And the other thing that I always remembered hearing about was the pursuit of this sub 1 minute mark here at the Rock.
Clay Davidson looks like he's got an issue at the left-hander. He's pulled to the inside of the corner. It's kind of soupy over there.
Yeah.
Kind of muddy on the inside, so hopefully you can get that rolling, but just getting out of the way for now.
Yeah, as you can see, it's definitely lush here, and it's lush for a reason. Yeah. And then let's not forget that most of the outside of this track is bordered by a small creek, really. So it just everything holds moisture here big time. I love this diving turn.
Yeah, down the hill, big compression at the bottom. Turn in just in time to catch.
There it is.
And look at that creek.
Yep.
Jason Gatiss in the 997 jumps up to second in this session, right behind Bill Washburn in the 365. And a couple of street mod cars here in the mix. We haven't looked at them yet, so why not? Let's take a gander at street mod's running order. There's Devin Hoffman in the 145, who currently is 11th in street mod at a 102.889. But they're all going to be chasing Patton, Lou, and Santos at the top of the order. Patton in a Supra. I think Lou is in a Porsche this weekend, and Jamie Santos is in his BMW. Cal Fortner in the mix there in the AMG GTS as well.
Yeah, these Subarus and these what's the other one? Why am I blanking here? Anyway, they seem to be a really good car in this category. I think they make great power. They're all-wheel drive, and they're not. They're because of their all-wheel drive, they're a little bit heavier, but it's more than made up for by that drive platform, and they just seem to be pretty popular here.
They absolutely are. And looks like Turner in the 317's going to go a little quicker, get some green up there on the timing and scoring. And Hoffman improves to a 102.018, fastest lap of the weekend for her. And again, this mix makes it real fun to kind of chase around the lap times here. But I think that Club TR category, so big it has to tick over to a second page. Yeah. Rogers in the 915 goes quicker, P19. Azmath Muhammad, by the way, Toyota MR2, the most recent generation, the kind of the MR2 Spider, third right now in Club TR.
That's a heck of a run,
I'd say.
Interesting. For a 2000 build.
Yeah,
that's getting it done.
973 for that's the Acura Integra of Paglione. Nice clean bodywork on this car. Good looking paint on it too.
Yeah, I like that.
It's got to be a wrap or a new paint job. Yeah. Hard to get an Integra that old without having it look a little rough around
a little bit more rough. Yeah, it's got a almost like it's translucent just a little bit. It looks really, really good.
Into the uphill.
You can hear the rev. Yeah,
it's so cool.
And the faster these cars get, the more that gets. I was here back in the day, and when Trans Am used to run here in the 90s, you'd see them come through, and you'd have the front tires a good 2 feet off the ground, and the rears would catch a little bit of air. Matter of fact, there was a photographer who got a shot of Paul Gentilozzi as he came up over the hill, and he ran just a smidge wide, and he literally, the front of the car must have been 3 feet in the air. The left rear is off the track, throwing up a rooster tail of dirt, and you can see the opposite lock he's got in the wheels, even though the fronts are way off the ground. This guy got this shot of it, and that was what you would see regularly over in that section of track, and that's why for so many years it was impossible to get a camping spot at the exit of the uphill unless you got here way early. Yeah, it's packed here, isn't it?
It's sold out. Sold out for camping, so you hear the revs flying again on that front drive Civic slide. Is that at West Bend? That was kind of by our, sounded like it was, but
yeah. Well, and that's the thing. If you're in a car that's quick enough where you're going to catch a little air at the exit of the uphill there, it's absolutely imperative for you.
There's smoke on the entrance to turn 5.
There's a yellow waving,
Yeah, I wonder.
Must be behind the tree.
Yeah, they either pulled up the chicane or they have. Oh, there they are, and that is Paglione in that Integra.
He was really having a good run.
Yeah, it's kind of stop center track there too, so that's going to require some attention. But still local yellow there for the moment. But that's an interesting place to have an incident.
It is.
We're going to get a checker on this session here, Greg. But on the entrance to turn 5, how would that? Could you just drop a tire on the left and spin on entry?
It's possible, but I'm seeing little bits of smoke at the back, so I wonder if he didn't break a diff.
Could be on a front drive car. I guess. Yeah.
Or a half shaft, something. Just let go because there's a little bit of smoke there. So I'm guessing it was more mechanical.
Well, let's look into
an unusual place to see it.
Look into the matrix here at our session results. Actually, that's no fun. Hold on, let me pull that away.
The infinity.
No, go back. I didn't realize the graphics would cover it. I'm not thinking on all cylinders so far. But let's have another look at those results. Here, Team JZ Motorsports in the 825 jumps up to the top, at least in this session, 1 minute, .362. Timothy Turner, Bill Washburn in that beautiful BMW, Jason Gatos, Garrett Glaceri, your top 5.
And then in the 6th spot, Jacob Abbott, Chris Rice having a good run there as well. Bruce Yoon up at a 102 flat, 10th in this session, having a solid run.
Yeah, certainly.
There's Paglione there.
Yep, down in P16 in the overall running order, but a little higher up in Falcon Club TR. These are the drivers that we saw a little earlier in Group E. But we'll continue this session with our next group, which we'll start to see some more Street GT as well, which again, if you're looking down our class index on grid.life/time-attack, you'll see the different class structures. And the cool thing about Street GT, Greg, is it's for 5, 6, and 8-cylinder cars, OEM aero only, bolt-ons only, can't modify the internals of the engine, so you get the Camaros, the Mustangs, the Supras, and that's a fun class to watch guys and gals slide around at the limit at a track this small.
It really is. and especially these corners are corners that really set themselves up for carrying a little bit of slide, a little bit of yaw, if you will, as you said. And one thing I got to say about Paglione's car, I'm glad our camera people are, I call it the Dream Stream team. They got that one shot that just showed you the translucence on that car, and that's one of the things. Keep in mind this weekend there's a huge concourse, with some of these cars from the 80s and on that are on display, but a lot of the cars that are actually competing on the track, the amount of effort and love that goes into the graphics and the wraps, equally spectacular.
Yeah.
It's high speed art,
and some of the teams contributing to that. You see the folks from Falcon Tires, Valvoline, Fortune Auto, Eibach down there, FCP Euro, a lot of the partners that make this all happen, and they're also helping some of the drivers that are competing here this weekend have that level of presentation. I have a little story to share that I haven't told you before, I don't think, Greg. Maybe I have told you. This tow truck that you see towing the car down the hill right now, that is in iRacing.
Is it that very one?
And it's sitting right over there by turn 1 where it's going to park after it pulls Paglione back in.
No kidding. Now that's fun.
And there's also a gnome on the exit of turn 4 on driver's left. I'm not sure if you know that story.
I don't know the story.
I don't know that there is a story.
I've seen the gnome.
But maybe there is one. But it's also in iRacing. So they laser scanned everything.
Apparently. And I love it. So did they get the cat at Road America? We don't know.
I don't know. I mean, if you dropped your watch, I bet you it's there.
There
I
somewhere,
mean?
Yep.
Incredible.
And let's give a little extra shout out for FCP Euro. This is their home track.
Yeah.
I mean, this is where they're based. They are so connected to this facility, and that's really cool.
Yeah, bringing people for drift ride-alongs in their first-gen Porsche Cayenne. 4 people in it earlier. That's really neat. There's a look at the stream compound on the bottom left there, where everyone's kind of pushing the buttons and making it all happen.
Yep.
And there's the
There
gnome.
it is.
Hey, nice work. That was an excellent spot. And it's over there. I did a little track walk on Wednesday night, and so there's also a tortoise over there, just to the right of the corner station from here. And
Okay, live?
No, it's
another
a stone right behind that fire extinguisher, I think. There you go. These guys are great. So you can see it.
I can see it.
Yeah, the outline
just
right
to the left of it. Yeah. Nice.
So there's all sorts of. It's almost like Barber, except
just smaller statues
and less creepy looking.
Yeah. Good point.
I'm not a spiders guy. Greg.
No, I'm not a
they
spiders
got
guy
giant
either.
iron spiders all over that place.
They do. It's a little off-putting.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, gnomes can be scary too. But that one looks friendly. I think that's a good luck gnome.
Well,
stay out of that part of the track.
it's good luck as long as you don't
visit it
at night. I have a fun story. I'm looking out the window here on the front straightaway, Greg, and there is the number 53 car, Benson Tai, who is behind the wheel of that 53. Do you notice something about the wing on that car, Greg?
The color?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take a look a little closer. What else has it got on there?
I can't really see from this. Oh, it's got a number.
Well, it's got part of a logo, and it's got a rainbow on it as well. That wing is off of Tom O'Gorman's first S2000.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah.
So we'll see it here on track in a couple of minutes. But Tomo had a couple of S2000s in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, and the first one he had was bright yellow. And when he put the wing on it for GLTC, he took the one that it came with off. And Benson Tai's now got it on his S2.
Oh.
And he's stepping into street class after running in Club TR for a time. So
nice. So a little homage to the great Tomo.
Yeah, I think there's some other Tomo parts kind of probably scattered around the paddock in places. Probably more at the ASM camp, but good to see. Nate Brown is also down there, I believe, in the 994 in the Volkswagen GTI. That car's got, I think, over 200,000 miles on it as well, right out in front of us here. And Nate Brown has been with us for a while, and it's always here at this event ripping some laps, so it should be fun to watch him go at it.
And then there's the car at the end of the queue down there, which has one of the biggest wings you will ever see on the back, folks.
And that is Rob Dahm. So if you're waiting for Rob Dahm, that is also, I believe it's the same car that he ran at Pikes Peak, which was his 3-rotor RX-7. And again, this event weekend's all about the RX-7. So when they roll out, we'll try to highlight some of these cars for you.
Yeah, it's honoring one of the most spectacularly successful models of all time, isn't it?
It is. And every year there's a slightly different focus. And last year, I believe it was the Nissan GTR that was sort of the focus. A lot of R33, R34 Skylines and that sort of thing. And this year, the focus is RX-7, so there will be at the concourse that is curated by Prime NYC, plenty of generations of the great Wankel-powered rear-wheel drive sports car that was produced from the 1980s to the early 2000s, and they produced over 800,000 of them over the lifetime of production.
Yeah, stunning numbers, isn't it?
It is.
Yep.
Look at the...
I got a chance to drive a guy. He had one of those twin-turbo RX-7s.
Yeah.
The sloopy, real curvy one with a twin-turbo on it. When that second turbo, because it was a sequential. When that second one hit, it was just parked you right into that seat. It really surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, the Wankel engine, or some might know it as the rotary, is a completely different concept of how to turn dinosaurs into power. And it requires, it's got less moving parts, but inside there's effectively a triangular, sort of curved, but triangular shaped, what would you call that? I guess it's the rotor.
Yeah, essentially.
And inside, it kind of, it's like a planetary gear inside the engine. And as it moves around and rotates, it opens the intake and it pushes out the exhaust. And so there's effectively a large mass that's moving around. So it requires a lot of revs to really make power, but they do make power, lots of it.
Yep.
Very high up in the rev range, though. So these are engines that you'll hear, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,000 RPM. And some of the best race cars ever built, looking at you, Mazda 787B, were powered by Wankel engines.
Yeah, absolutely stunning cars. Yeah, they were impressive and loud. Mazda, that was the thing that Wankel, because of the revs that it had to run at, and as you said, it was spinning that large amount of mass. It just produces huge volumes of noise. And that was one of the things that was always a struggle, was to get those cars, muffled appropriately, even at tracks that didn't really require any kind of muffling, noise suppression. You still had to, because it was just too much, quite literally. And it's interesting. One of my favorite cars is going out in this one too. It is the number 269 Sean Bassett in it's a 72 Datsun 240Z. That looks like it just came off the showroom floor. It is so mint, but man, is it loaded with aero and grunt.
So you might have been onto something, Greg. There was something amiss with that Integra, and now the team is out there cleaning things up and hopefully going to get us ready to go back on track here for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship in a few minutes.
Well, you wonder if potentially went down one gear too many.
That could be, too. I mean, you're carrying so much speed.
Yeah.
You don't really slow down all that much for the uphill, but you still need to get the rotation on entry.
Yep.
You still want to be in the right gear to get the drive up the hill. So I'd imagine that it's probably pretty easy to make that mistake.
I think so.
Or it could be just a mechanical issue as well.
Yep.
So try to get that story when we can for you. But in the meantime, I think we'll step away for just a moment. And, Greg, I do have a surprise. Well, it's a surprise. Ayrton Grimm is going to come join us for a few minutes and talk about his Rush SR race here in just a few. So when we come back, we'll jump into that. And we'll continue with coverage of the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship right after this.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's Flex-Fill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the Flex-Fill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
High performance, year-round traction, long tread life. It's one tire with multiple personalities. Introducing the Azenas FK460, Falcon's all-new ultra-high-performance all-season tire. With an advanced rubber compound that delivers confidence through every curve, in any condition, all year long, making the seemingly impossible possible. Learn more about the Azenas FK460 at falcontire.com.
And back on the racetrack for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship from GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park here in Lakeville, Connecticut. Under a full course yellow, but just getting cars rolling as the cleanup continues after a mechanical issue at the uphill that laid some fluid down on the racetrack. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. Greg, interestingly, we're taking the chicane in the uphill just to give the team time to clean things up.
All right. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. I wonder how long just getting these cars out here. Obviously, that much slower entry. So if we're going to be running this at speed at any point, they're not going to be really as quick, I don't think.
I don't anticipate them running this at speed. I think they're just going to let the safety vehicles finish cleaning up.
Cleaning up in that area.
And it gives them an out, which I think is actually a very creative use of space.
I think so, too. It's perfect. Get out there. You can still get your tires warmed up and get ready so that when you can run the full track, you're ready to hit it with some pace here. One thing I wanted to just mention about, one of the things that I think GRIDLIFE being here is so natural a fit for Lime Rock, right? And because of the variety of vehicles and classes that GRIDLIFE brings, right? And you think about this track's history, if you will. The first race was run, I think, in 57, and Roger Penske was actually one of the co-drivers that won it. But in 1959, they ran a race here called Formula Libre. And it was the race that was credited with breaking down the walls that had existed then from professional racers and amateur racers, because SCCA was the place to race, but it was still considered an amateur class, even though you had Roger Penske and Gurney and all these guys running in SCCA, and they wanted to be professional. They wanted to be able to go out and earn money and be able to make a living at it, right? And it was the Formula Libre race, because you had Formula One cars, you had world-class sports cars, all these different cars show up, and Roger Ward, an IndyCar veteran and legend, won it in a midget. And it was there you had the pros up against the amateur drivers, and what it did was it just knocked that wall down, and from that point on, professional racing started to be a real reality. And you think about everything that this track has seen since, and now, like on one weekend in a way, GRIDLIFE brings that together here with this huge variety of cars to celebrate that history, like you said, from the 80s, the tuning culture and all that, but also in a way, just the history of this venue compacted into a weekend. I love it.
There's Rob Dahm in the three-rotor RX-7. This thing sounds the part, absolutely. Took it to the top of Pikes Peak back at the tail end of June. And Greg, while Rob is taking this around, Eric Grimm has joined us up here in the booth. I'm going to step away for a few minutes.
Okay.
We'll let you chat with Eric about his run in Rush SR earlier today.
All right. Well, I can't wait to have this chat, because what a show he put on. And you can hear that scream. That's what I'm talking about, folks, with the sound of those Wankel engines, the rotaries in those cars, and the challenge to get them appropriately muffled. But speaking of challenges, Ayrton, it's so good to see you again here. I had a chance to interview you at the Midwest Festival, and then I wasn't able to make the next couple of rounds. And just watching where you've gone, essentially, has been really breathtaking. Your qualifying run in the Rush SR cars was spectacular. And that race, wow. I mean, you guys were covered by nothing at the finish line. You let that stick sneak through on you there at the start. But it had to be a massive, first of all, a learning opportunity for you.
Yeah, it was an amazing learning opportunity. It was really fun to just see how they race and learn how they race, to hopefully do this in the future, and I really love it, so I'm hoping to keep doing it, because just the racing overall is very fun, and it's fun to just be able to be up there in the front and being involved in all the front activity.
Yeah, well, and I mean, you've got a karting history, I presume, right?
Yeah.
Those cars, they have to feel a little bit closer to a kart than the GLTC car you were running. So did that just make it easier for you to acclimate to those Rush SRs and just be able to really feel it and go?
So the Rush SRs are kind of like a kart. They're like sized like a kart, but I don't think they're really close to a kart, just due to the fact that they have a lot more power,
right,
and they're not as sticky to the track, so they don't have as much grip as a kart would. But they're definitely they definitely have a few similar things, but not much that are big. So mainly just the power and like just the way it handles, it's so much more different.
Yeah, but, you know, the thing that was impressing us, and, you know, you think about the great drivers over the years, that as the tires wear on the car but the fuel burns off, the really great drivers can sense that, you know, that point of diminishing returns of each. And as the car gets lighter, it gets more responsive, but the tires are, in theory, losing grip. Yet they can find that extra half a tenth and keep setting quicker and quicker laps, even as the tires wear, because the cars get. You were doing that in that race. I mean, you kept setting and resetting fast lap late into the race, man. To me, that is a sign, and I don't want to blow your head up here, but that is a sign of somebody who's got what I call the feel. And you were able to exploit that beautifully and just stayed with them.
Yeah, I just tried not to burn my tires off, and I was really just taking it kind of easy, and I was like maintaining what they were doing until I felt my tires were good. And once I felt I was good, I started catching them a lot, but unfortunately I couldn't get there in time. And also the tires came in a little late, so I couldn't really do much. I was just maintaining it as much as I could. So yeah, once I caught them, I was right there, so I know I have the pace. I just need to get tires right, and I'll be right there.
And that's something that you can adjust, right? You know, with tire pressure, whatever, to get the tires to come in a little bit quicker. You don't want it to come in so quick that then they go off late. But there's certainly got to be, you know, a little bit you could do with that. That is fast. You were close enough at time. You had to have been, particularly in West Bend, to see the amount of yaw angle that Leach was having on that car through there. I mean, he looked like a sprinter going through there. I mean, that had to be chewing up his tires. When you were seeing that, did you think, I got something for these guys?
Yeah, the minute I saw that they were both getting pretty loose, I knew I had a chance. I was just waiting for my tires to come in, but they kind of maintained a good pace while they were sliding. So they're definitely really talented because they were maintaining it while sliding and doing all of that. So couldn't get there.
It's got to be pretty, you know, comforting though in a way to know, one, you out-qualified the Stig, right? And two, you were able to race right with him and the runaway points leader. And this was what start? Was this your second start? Your second event in these, or third?
This was my first event in Rush.
First event in Rush. Holy cow, man. Well, there you go. You know, that says it even more, obviously. Just want to point out, folks, that is that Datsun that I was talking about out there. That is literally a 2000 Datsun 240Z, and that is one nasty, mean-looking hot rod. I like that. A lot of power in that car, and they're going after it here. Now that you've got a race in, what do you think of these Rush SRs? I mean, to me, they just look like, if I was going to be getting into racing and just trying to get into it, I'd be in that series right here, just for the bang for the buck.
Yeah, I really love it. It's one of the most fun things I've ever done, and the cars are really good.
Yeah.
And after this, I really want to kind of step away from GLTC a little bit and start doing Rush a little more, because I feel it's where I belong, because I can just get that car so good, and it's just amazing how good the car is.
So are you looking to, next year there, you know, supposedly we're hearing that there's going to be a second class that's coming out with the new SRX, which is like twice the power, a little bit more weight. You thinking, maybe I can end up in one of those and go for a championship?
Hopefully. We're definitely going to hopefully look into it more, because I really like it, and it's something I definitely want to do in the future. So we're going to look into it, and hopefully we make it happen.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, though. Don't give up on GLTC just yet. Go out there, put in a bunch of races in that Rush, and then come back and try a GLTC car again. Because, like I said, you know, from what I saw in that race with you setting those times and the way you were going about it, like I said, you got the feel. And I think once you get your head around a GLTC car that is working for you, I think you'd be a blast to watch in that too, man. And can't wait to see what you do for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, hopefully it all goes good.
Yeah, well, we know it will. We know it will, but great job. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Have fun.
Yep, thank you.
All right. That was Ayrton Grimm, folks. Again, just recently 15 years old, and in his debut race in Rush SR in the GRIDLIFE National Series for Rush SR. Outside front row qualifying effort, podium run, and fast laps being set and reset late in the race. I think the kid's got a future, Kyle.
Absolutely, he does. He showed us that in the race earlier today. I think we're going to get to see more of it later this weekend. Very excited. And again, I think with GLTC, I mean, it's just been it came over with an NCMX5, which needs some things to be at the pointy end of GLTC, and it's hard. It's really hard. So I think there's still some work to do, perhaps, in that department. But I think we'll see him racing here for a long time. I'm very excited about that.
Yeah. And, to make that point about GLT, Tom O'Gorman, he had that one, miracle year, right? But he'd come in, that was, he'd been racing in GLTC for a couple of years, didn't get a championship. This was a guy who had won 2 professional series in World Challenge and was a front runner in IMSA in the what was it then? It wasn't the Michelin Pilot Series, but the predecessor of that. In that category was a front runner. Comes here in GLTC and finds that there are guys out there who could give it to him.
Yeah, just really cool to watch.
Yeah, exactly. So this, GLTC is for real. And I think when Ayrton gets a little bit more, experience and like you said, gets a car that's just outright a little bit more competitive, man, seeing him come back to GLTC would be fun.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch as we just take a look at some of the tickers here, just catching up on the results of things so far. Take a look at Street Mod. We mentioned Rob Dahm, 9th right now in that number 146 3-rotor RX-7. That thing makes a great engine note.
Man.
And then you pointed out earlier to me, Greg, the Honda Fit that is running 9th in Club TR. That's a wild build. Big wing on the back
Isn't
of it.
it, though?
Just, talk about Gran Turismo. That looks like something that you went crazy in the mod shop to build.
Absolutely. And it's proven to be pretty darn quick in the class for what it is, for sure. That's very impressive. He just came rolling down pit lane here and looking mighty aggressive. No question about that.
And look at Street GT. We've got a couple cars that are in this mix that were in this previous session. But I wanted to point out, because we're going to see this battle very shortly, Andy Vogel and Ido Waxman, 57.7 to a 57.78. Those two drivers battled back and forth at Road America. Their first laps in anger in qualifying were 1/1000th apart at Road America, 4-mile racetrack. And so Vogel's in a C8 Corvette, Waxman's in a C6. Vogel has already effectively won the championship. He's got 4 perfect rounds, wins, track records at all of them. But that's what Waxman did last year. And Waxman beat Vogel at Road America and took a record. So if Waxman wins 4 more, then the battle becomes, or I guess 3 more events.
Yep.
The tiebreaker is head-to-head wins. So Andy Vogel's in a position of strength here because they could both, in theory, win and have records at 4 rounds apiece, which comes down to the tiebreaker. But all Vogel has to do to stop that from happening is just stop running because he's already gotten his points. So if he gives Waxman an opportunity to beat him, that's actually a weakness here. So I hope that they continue to run, but it's been fun to watch him. And there's actually Waxman rolling off the grid right now in that silver C6 Corvette.
Yeah, 1/1000th, you said, which would mean here, in theory, you need to go to 4 digits after the point, because it could get down to half a thousandths.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
And then
here comes another, one of these massive aero cars, the 114 coming out. That is just, it's another wicked build. Is that Bronson McNeamer?
It is. And Bronson, if you remember, was at Carolina Motorsports Park and had a big off at turn 1.
Yep.
Ended up kind of in the woods over there. And so it's been a little bit of work to rebuild that car and get a new engine in it and ready to go, but we'll see how he fares. Let's have a look. Has he run a lap so far? He sure has. Yes, 8th place in track mod for that 114. Keenan Prusank is in that Camaro we just got a glimpse of. That's the 187. Joe Milkey in the street class Subaru. These are starting to get to the cars at the pointy end of their respective categories. So we're going to be flip-flopping around with the classifications. Again, if you're new to Grid Life and watching Time Attack, the top of your screen, top left, will show you the class that we're filtering to. And on occasion, we'll go back to the overall ticker that will show you the fastest laps of the session so far, back from when we began with Group E, about 52 minutes ago, actually. So. So the fastest lap time so far in this run has been a 58.64, but I think we're about to see quicker than that with Street GT on the racetrack. And Ido Waxman at the pointy end of the field. This car doesn't have a lot of aero, but it has a driver that knows how to hang this thing out sideways.
Yeah, it's got a wheel man. And if you don't run aero, right, you get a little wake brake. You don't run quite as heavy. And this is a guy in Ido, he can carry the car and does a stunning job of it. And so he gets to run that thing just a little bit lighter than other cars that have some aero on it. It means you better be damn good behind the wheel, and he has been up to the task. And that thing, wow, it just sounds nice. And he just is absolutely willing to chuck it. And, I was going to ask here, it seems to me, are we starting to see sort of that these Camaros, I'm seeing them, in Unlimited, in track mod, more every year. There's more and more of them. They, apparently they seem to be a pretty popular car, especially to mod up.
Yeah, I think with Corvettes and Camaros, as you point out in particular, they are all already a performance deal. Simple cars with big engines, but as they get cheaper and cheaper, they become a better and better platform for modification. And this is a great example. Jeremy Lauder, currently 6th in Unlimited class. This car also drove up Pikes Peak a couple of months ago, and he's a longtime GRIDLIFE competitor. He rolled this car over in qualifying at Pikes Peak. This was in a ditch.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, it's got scars on the A-pillar to prove it. And one of the things that this car had to do for Pikes Peak prep was to do a fuel cell. This car, the Camaro, has saddle fuel tanks underneath, so it required a lot of modification to put that fuel cell in the back of the car. So it was not a straightforward process, but right back here at Lime Rock, here's Jeremy.
Giving it a go. I love it. And this is another one, you talk about, you look at the graphics on this car, and it's just a work of art, Little
Luca Barberis off at turn 2. And all the while, Ito Waxman went quicker again, 57.1.
Wow.
So that has been a highlight so far. And then in the street class, did Barberis just run this 57.9 just now?
I think he did.
So he ran it and went right off at turn 1.
Exactly.
Everything Jabay tells you not to do. But oh, man. Joe Milkey picks up to a 59.236 in street class. And here comes Ito Waxman again. Will he improve once more? No.
Nope. I think that was a cool down lap. That was about a minute that he ran there.
I wonder if he'll pick it back up again for this next lap around.
One thing, when these cars are very powerful, but they are a tad on the heavy side. And so, like I said, especially with all of the right-hand corners here, you tend to really take a toll on those left side tires. So you run a really hard lap, then you want to back off it and just let those tires come back just a little bit. That was an interesting side-by-side in the background there, coming on to Paul Newman straight.
Into turn 6, West Bend, little bobble on the wheel there. And that corner isn't the smoothest curve ever. There's a little bit of undulation. And that curb is tall, so if you're right up against it, you kind of have to let the wheel out of your hands a little just to navigate around it. Let's see if Waxman can go faster again. Not quite. I don't think he can find the speed in it to go quicker than his 57.16.
That was a 57.7, though. Whoop.
And straight off at 1. So he will loop around. Now, they tell drivers not to turn around at traffic. They would prefer that you just drive through the grass. We'll see if he manages that here. But he's going to wait for a break here. He sees some cars coming, and he will skedaddle here. And Bronson McNeamer across the stripe in the Miata, but I don't think he picked up. Still at a maybe he did. 58.0, I think, was a little quicker than his 58.1 that he had run earlier.
He was that was the quickest of the track mod cars in this session.
Yeah,
so
we'll see a
good time.
We'll see a couple more of those, and then this is Group B. We'll see one more group. Yep. With the super fast cars. So McNeamer, as you mentioned, quickest in this session.
And one of the things I love is those velocity stacks on the front.
Woohoo! That was a ride.
Yeah.
That was Camaro going for a wide berth around the slowing traffic. That was, I believe, Kevin Horn in the 71. Yeah.
That was close to the. I'm blanking here. The Acuity car.
Oh, that would be Barone, I think.
Yeah, Barone. He came up over that rise at the uphill, and the car just literally, he didn't have it quite straight, and just did this big floating side to side, and he gathered it up. So he is pushing hard.
In this session, Evan McLaren had jumped up to a 58.03, so he leads Falcon Club TR now.
That's a great lap.
Yeah, that's the
really impressive
Integra. that leads now. Kevin Horn's in that orange Camaro, Marone right behind in the purple and blue car.
That's a racing name, isn't it? Mario Marone.
I would say so.
Yep.
And he was taking the fight to the front runners in Club TR.
He was.
Not only this season, but in seasons past too. And looking at the championship standings for this season, Mario is P4, 64 points. The leader is Peter Granberg over James Houghton by just 3 points. So that's a pretty tight fight.
Close.
Yeah. In track mod, is at the 632, I believe. That is one of the. I haven't seen him pop up on the track mod timing yet, at least not in this session.
Chris Ferraro, I think he's unlimited.
Oh, that would explain that. Orange and red were awful close together, huh?
Yeah, exactly. It's the M3.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, P5. Connor Gallagher in the number 2 Nissan GTR. Well, he's a street GT car. Let's see what he's got. No pickup for Gallagher. We'll see if Fosk picks up in street GT. He does not. And then the unlimited class Ferraro, he does not pick up either. So it seemed like the quick laps happened right at the pointy end of this group. Now we're getting into the cars.
Alex Moss has put in a nice time in the...
Oh, here comes Granberg. No pickup. He's
pickup.
Second in class and pushing hard. Here, Mario Marone out of turn 7. He's also passed a Camaro, so that tells you how fast he's going right now.
That says something, doesn't it?
No pickup, though, for Marone. I bet you Granberg goes quick here right at the end, so let's keep an eye on this blue and white BRZ that's going to be coming down the downhill here shortly. And McLaren's on the front stretch, too. I don't know if he's on a quick lap or not. The answer is no. And Granberg pops out of turn 7 any moment now. Well, the anticipation is killing me. He was so fast at Road America. And I believe it was his first win in the podium sprint format at least. Here he comes out of turn 7. Let's see what Peter Granberg has. Will he go to the top over Evan McLaren? No, not quite. Oof. So he will have about a 4/10 of a second differential
84 degrees
up to the front of Falcon Club TR at the moment.
Yeah, it was about 6/10 off his best lap, so
he'll be hunting for more. Tomorrow morning will be ripe for track records. We saw the track record fall 2 separate times, both by Sasha Anise this morning in his Nissan 350Z. They call that car Kelf. And it is a hybrid powertrain, VQ-powered Nissan 350Z with technology effectively out of a lot of it's custom work, but there is some componentry out of Formula E technology. So that'll be a lot of fun to watch.
No kidding.
Low 50... mid to high 50-second mark this morning.
Yeah, it is unbelievably quick.
That's coming up.
I think he got. You said he was underneath the outright record.
Yes,
by a 10th. That's second. I think it was second time out he did that. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he did. So last year he did a 51.1, and this year the first session of the day he went a 50.8, and then he backed it up in the second session. So I anticipate him doing something similar in this last time attack group of the day, which will be Group A, which is the fastest cars, and I think all the quick.
And these guys aren't in that.
No, it looks like some Rush Auto Works guys ripping around.
I was going to say that's not an unlimited cart.
It is not. Does it have OEM aero? That's the question. What tires is he on, Greg? Are they on slicks? No, they're treaded.
They're treaded.
Yeah.
So they're street tires, but they have a lot of good corner weight.
Not a lot of aero on it. Not taking full advantage of their class.
And a lot of exhaust.
A lot of hot air blowing around on that thing, you think?
Exactly.
Well, it has been a beautiful day for motorsport here at GridLife Circuit Legends. And just to catch you up on what's happening for the rest of the day, we're finishing up with one more group of the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship before we go racing in GridLife Touring Cup in just a few minutes.
Yep. And it's a twofer.
And then, right, B and A. And then we've got our drift session, and we're back with Rush SR for their second race of the day to wrap up the on-track action with a little Model 3 challenge at the tail end of the day. We won't be covering that today, but we will tomorrow as Group A cars are rolling onto the racetrack, Greg, and this is the pointy end of about 5 of our 7 classes.
Really quick stuff coming out here, and it's not, again, you can have an awful lot done to a car, but you don't have a driver up to it. they're not going to be as fast. And this is a group where you see some drivers in cars that maybe you would normally think would be able to be that fast, and it's down to the drivers. And that's what's so cool about this.
So Sasha Anise, you see that 50.852. I don't see Sasha on the racetrack right now, though, but we'll shift on over to the track mod cars, which I see a handful of. And Chris Boersma, third overall in that, well, third in that team, that class rather. And he is leading the field out and around on their warm-up lap. And everyone's taking a slow warm-up, getting their tires and brakes up to temperature. See Andy Volkel, who was the leader in Street GT until Waxman stole it back, so that'll be a fun battle to watch. 300ZX out there as well. Now that car, to my understanding, I don't have the number on it, but that is Toupin in the 471. And he will be one of the runners in this field. So lap starting. Oh, okay, I thought Boersma was leading that group, and about 6 cars just went by on the front straightaways, so they were flying.
That caught me out, too.
Yeah, I didn't realize their warm-up lap was so fast I didn't even see them. There's Cal Fortner as well in the number 14, the Street Mod AMG GTS, and the 307 of Andy Sau. Toupin in the Unlimited group comes across the stripe, begins his fast lap. So you watch Fortner work his way through. Cal is one of the competitors in the Street Mod Championship. He's actually leading it by 3 points over Alan Patton. Patton was a little quicker, or is a little quicker at the moment. Street Mod, I think, is going to shift and shuffle. So as we watch Fortner, see Patton at the top, 54.792. Greg Fortner's at 57.4. So 3 seconds he'd have to make up to protect.
That's a chunk.
Yeah, if he finishes second to Patton, they're going to walk out of here tied. So
that close.
Yeah.
Well, and one guy we know is capable of finding some speed is Cal Fortner. We've seen him do it before.
Andy moves out of the way for him. Cal moves through. On that pass by the stripe, by the way, Andy Volkel closed the gap up to Waxman, 57.2. He was at a 57.7.
So it's literally a 10th off, essentially.
Sure is.
On that car, that Volkel, and I mean, that, we talked about the Corvette of Waxman. That machine that Volkel drives is something special, too.
Adam always jokes that car's got better cruise control than half of the tow rigs that bring cars to the racetrack. I mean, it is so advanced. Here comes Jamie Santos across the stripe, and he picks up to second in the Street Modified group. And look, here comes Kyle McHugh, who's running just in track mod here this weekend. Boersma across the stripe in track mod. Here comes Volkel, top of the board. 56.771 for Volkel. That was by 0.4 of a second over.
That
Waxman.
was a stunning lap.
Wow. That is a fast lap for a Corvette, man. I'll tell you what.
Well, we talked about it, that if anybody, we were talking about Fortner was a driver who could find a chunk of time. Clearly, Volkel able to do it as well. Just really dialed it up here. And at this day, we're seeing a lot of cars going quicker now. And if Anise had said, well, you know what, I don't think the conditions are quite right for me to go quicker, he may be ruining that here, because we're seeing a lot of cars finding chunks of time.
There's Toupin in the 300ZX. These are neat-looking cars, by the way, aren't they?
They really
Big flames out the side of the exhaust, too. That's awesome. And Boersma, no pickup that time for Chris. Yeah, Volkel went around again, I think, on a cool down. He didn't go any quicker that time. And Cal Fortner, 57.455 for Cal, still fourth in class. Toupin picks up in fifth in Unlimited, 57.835.
Nice
fire-breathing car, that thing.
Yeah, it's just fun to listen to it.
I haven't seen this car before at GRIDLIFE at all, so this is a completely new entrant. And look at it's got a dorsal fin like an LMP car on it.
It does.
A little dust kicked up.
Yeah.
I really enjoy when there's a little dust cloud and the car goes through it. You can watch the aero at work and the vortices off the wing.
Exactly.
It's like in the rain when you can kind of watch the diffusers at work.
There is art to racing, you know, if you know what to look for. And yeah, this car and that dorsal fin, in theory, it also gives you a little bit of stability through a high-speed, long-duration corner because it acts as a wing that stabilizes the car just a little bit. And the reason it's mandated in like World Endurance and in IMSA GTP is it also is very effective in helping blowovers.
Yeah, cool down.
Yeah, especially when the car gets sideways, it kind of acts like a sail to keep the car planted rather than just letting the air get up underneath the car and turn it over. But Jamie Santos in that 82 picked up in this session to second in class. He will need some more to catch Alan Patton at 606, who has just put on a clinic this year. And the only reason he's not leading the championship is because he's only done 3 rounds to Cal Fortner's 5. 4 constitutes a full championship season in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. So Patton will now, this weekend, if he can win this, he would be our points leader.
The interesting thing to me is in this group, Patton has the fastest time, and he's in front of Vogel, he's in front of Waxman, he's in front of Boersma, all these super quick cars, and Patton is the one who has put down the fastest time, a 54.7.
Yeah, there's a look at your overall running order.
Yep.
And again, these are fastest times of this session, and you mentioned it, 54.792 for Patton. That'll do it. No pickup by Santos that time through. Here comes the 27 of Brad Perkins in track mod. He's been leading that group so far today with Smith and Kyle McHugh in second and third. And McHugh picks up.
Big jump.
Yeah, McHugh ran 2 different classes at Road America. Bought 2 tickets, did different tires in each session, and went back out twice. And I believe podiumed in both.
Oh, is that right?
And that's why you see the 29X.
Okay.
I don't know that he's running street mod here this weekend too, but no point in changing the number. There he is. You see the 2 class stickers, street mod and then track mod underneath.
Oh yeah, underneath, yeah.
And 2 base colors. I don't think it has anything to do with the classes, but black and silver. And things have quieted down a little. We have not seen Sasha go out this session, and I imagine that has something to do with maybe the conditions not being prime for track records. And this is something that you'll see time attack drivers do, Greg. If I'm not going to go faster, why bother?
Yep.
And that's just the mindset of track record is the focus. If I'm going to run 3/10 off, there's no point.
And it makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
It makes sense. Why wear and tear the equipment if you know you got everything you could out of the car in a session where it was a little cooler, track was a little cooler, conditions were just a little bit better. It makes sense to not get after it here. And I got to tell you, it's really impressive, the 82 that we were talking about.
Jamie Santos.
Yeah. You know, that car, I don't know what's been done under the hood, but outside, there's not massive aero on it. That's just wheelman. That's impressive.
Ooh, Tupin a little close to the wall there at the exit of the uphill. You don't have a lot of front cornering ability when you crest that hill and your front tires lift off the ground, but
that's what I mean. When if you're in a car that's quick enough to catch a little air, you better be straight by the time you get to the top of that hill. Because if you're not, and you better be straight with the angle being onto the track. Because you could be straight in other ways, but it can be kind of ugly.
Tupin, no improvement. And with that, NOS Energy Track Battle Championship Heat 3 is complete. Let's have a look at our results here. This is the overall session results. Alan Patton puts down the fastest lap time here in lieu of having Sasha's 350 out on course, 54.792. Evan Slater, Brad Perkins, Santos, and McHugh, all unlimited track mod and street mod at the pointy end.
That's impressive. Slater in a 1987 Porsche 944 and laying it down like that. Here's your next group. You see Cal Fortner back there. Alex Moss. Always fun to watch Alex give a run there. We saw Sylvain Tupin having a few moments out there, but carrying some really good speed. Evan McLaren, he's right in the middle of a championship battle too, and did a nice job as well.
Yeah, again, he's went quickest in Falcon Club TR that last session out, put himself in prime position to really be the one to watch this weekend as far as that class is concerned. Looking down the rest of the order there, and it's 100-plus time attack cars here this weekend. It is busy out there.
Yeah, it is.
We will have 2 more heats broadcast tomorrow, one in the early afternoon, one towards the evening. Of course, the morning session will not be broadcast, but we'll bring any stories in from that into the midday session. But up next, we go racing for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Back-to-back B to A. Greg, GLTC is right after this.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
How'd I do?
Great if you're not looking at the clock.
Sure you got that? I had to be faster than that, right? 100% NOS, 0 sugar coating. New NOS, 0 sugar. Get after it.
For those who demand winning performance on the track, off-road, and everywhere in between, Falken has you covered. Falken Tires, delivering exceptional performance to exceptional drivers since 1983.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is all about celebrating automotive culture from the 1980s to now, and one of the things that we've done since coming here first in 2022 is racing GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. But this track and this series has become so popular, we've got a 60-car field. We can't race that many cars here. We've had to split them into 2 fields. Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. Greg, we're getting ready to go racing in GLTC Race 1B.
Yeah, and as I said, we get the twofer. We get Race 1B, then we get Race 1A, then we rinse and repeat 3 more times. Some great racing, and what a track to do it on. This configuration here, you've got the elevation change on the west side of the track, and you can see so much of what this Circuit Legends concept all is, celebrating culture. The feature car is the RX-7, and this track will put you to an immense test. Everything's sort of just coming together for an absolute fabulous weekend.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is brought to you by Falken, the official tire of GRIDLIFE Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of GRIDLIFE and the title partner of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack Series. And boy, it's going quick. We get a couple of pace laps here, Greg, just to catch our breaths. But, boy, it's been busy out there already. Qualifying, 60 cars on the racetrack. But we split this into 2 groups. And if you look at our starting lineup here, Greg, we've got Kevin Bandy on the front row, who is actually the subject of some long-form content that we worked with Alex Freeman on the GRIDLIFE YouTube channel about his experience running GLTC for the first time, and now he's going to get the experience of starting first for the first time.
And you know what? That can really play with your head a little bit. If you're not used to it, if you're generally a mid-pack starter, and suddenly you find yourself starting on the pole position for an event, and that entire field behind you, that's a real test of your character, of your racecraft here. The first time that happens to you, it's a great moment to be sure, but then all you're thinking is, oh, man, don't mess this this up and, lead out of that first turn.
Well, 7 corners to not mess up. It all starts with 1 and 2 down there, Big Bend before the left-hander. It's the only time that you really make a left turn here, Greg. All the way to the uphill at turn 5. Big compression over a crest.
Big compression, and then you better be straight coming over that crest because you can easily have the car snap sideways. Then a very tight but fast west bend, and then you lose all of that elevation in a very steep drop down through the diving turn. At the bottom is massive compression. You can count on that a little bit, but if you overrun it, it's a bad deal down there. It's also the most important turn on the track because it leads onto the one straight and can set you up for either a great pass or getting past into Big Bend if you mess that up.
Well, we're not going to have time to get through the whole thing. Let's give you the highlights. Kevin Bandy is on the front row here in the number 5. Eddie Nakato will start alongside him in the 162. Quick note on Nakato, had both of his race cars stolen earlier in the year. This is a different car now because he couldn't recover those cars, so tough start to the season, but he's back on row number 2. Brian Leonard, Brandon Ganem, first time in GLTC, starts in row 2.
And then in starting the 5th spot will be the 65 of Eric Thompson, the 159 of Joshua Rubenstein. 7th will be the number 8 of Jeff Wasilko. And in the 8th spot, the 166, Ben Thorne is back.
Yeah, Jackie Ding rolls off 9th place in the 86. Jason Wynn in the 886 starts in 10th with Donald Louis and Thomas Moss making up row number 6.
Starting 13th will be the 26 of Lewis Chatrup. Starting 14th, the 714 of Tony Barber. 15th, the 84 of Thomas Lathrop. And 16th, the 51 of David Rudzinski.
Matthias Arias making his first GLTC start right alongside another newbie, Azima Lazira. Starts 18th place with Chris Schooler, Nicholas Fuller wrapping up the rest of the top 20.
And then starting 21st, the 179 of Patrick Hurley. Starting 22nd, the 161 of Larry Luck. 23rd, the 311 of Jose Santa Cruz. Starting in the 24th spot, the 888 of Dai Wynn. 25th, the 120 of Cindy Picot, another newbie. And at the back of the field, the 42 of Zach Lavoie, one of our regulars.
Time to go racing at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Race B, we've got another one right after this for the first time this weekend at Lime Rock Park. 23 cars kicking off our first of 2 races this afternoon. Green flag and racing at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, side by side, up the front straightaway towards Big Bend. And it looks like Nakato might beat Bandy to turn 1.
Yeah, I think he's trying the outside move, but the guy to keep an eye on here down to the inside. What an amazing start by the 65 of Eric Thompson up into 3rd. Superb run.
Ooh, he might get to 2nd here.
He does.
Wow, and that was the 26 of Chatroop that was off at turn 1, but he's gotten it back on course, and Thompson powers through to 2nd.
That's a Celica that is pretty vintage as well. 1998, doing a beautiful job. A couple of cars side by side through the entrance to Newman, and one car just forced to the inside a bit. Everybody gets through.
Yeah, it was Josh Rubenstein that dropped a tire on driver's right. Keeps it all straight, just a cloud of dust. Bandy leads.
Look at Jackie.
Oh, man, Jackie Ding to the inside of Nakato. That was a risk, and it almost paid off.
And Jackie started 9th. He just about made a move for 3rd. That would have been, that's now up 5 spots, lap 1.
Here he comes again. He's going to try it on the front straight this time. Jackie Ding in the Eibach partnered AE86 Corolla. And he was going to pip the stripe at 3rd place by 21 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, that's a nose right there. And Nakato getting trapped now on the outside. He may get a few more cars. And Jackie, the back end coming around. He said that's what this car does, and that's why it's so fun.
Yeah, and actually through with him is Brandon Ganem in that 105, the Mazda RX-8.
I think Nakato's got an issue because he's dropping more. There he is. Yeah. He's way back down to, what, 6th?
Yep, and leaving space there for Jason Wynn, but that got tight, and so is the lead. Thompson's run down Bandy from a little ways back.
So let's see what they do into that uphill, and you can see, wow, Bandy just carrying a lot of speed through there. Thompson going right with him, though. Here's that tight right-hander called West Bend. It's a little tighter than it looks. And it certainly feels, and man, you get some rotation through that corner if you attack it too abruptly. And then that little gap back to Ding. Nakato is going to show now a little bit farther back in the order. Rough opening lap for the guy who started outside front row.
Great run for Bandy through turn 7. Gains some ground as Jason Wynn powers on by Nakato into turn 1. And 3 wide. Look at Moss.
Ooh, look at that.
Ooh, that was dicey. But Nakato drops another position. Right behind him is Donald Louis in that Subaru BRZ with the turbo kit on it. Couple 86 chassis cars, including Jackie Ding, who's got an RX-8 right behind him.
Look at that. Look at that. It's just massive rotation. And you can see the hands and the elbows. Oh, did he just have a... No, he just ran through some dirt. You can just see the hands and elbows flying inside that car.
It looks like so much fun to drive, and There's not a lot of drivers that could find speed doing that.
No.
It's probably not the fastest way, but it's also, as they call it, the ding fling.
The ding fling, and as I was talking with Jackie, he said it's the only way to really carry speed in his cars. You just have to be willing to just throw it in there a little bit.
Wow, that was Wynn past, that was Ganem. Side by side through turn 7. They're still door to door. I think Wynn's going to get him now, and he does. As it looks like Nakado is heading to the pit lane, unfortunately.
No,
So.
I thought he had a problem. The way he was just dropping back, something did not seem right. He just, at first I thought, all right, he was out of position and just got freight trained, but he just kept losing positions. And how about that? Zach Lavoie just said fastest lap of this race.
And that's critical because the next race we grid by fastest lap. So Zach Lavoie would be sitting on pole for the next one. And if you can get to the top 5, the top 5 of this race will advance into the A group in the next race and vice versa for the bottom of A. So there's opportunity to move up into the main race group as well.
So, and that's kind of an interesting thing, right? If you're way out of position and you should be in the A group and fighting for the top 10 in the A group, you want to get to the A group. If that's not normally where you're running in the top 20 in the A group, do you maybe want to not get to the A group so you can fight for a win in B?
There are points on the line,
yeah,
but finishing, it's equivalent to finishing 17th.
Yep.
Winning a race, you get 3 points for winning a B race. But,
I'm just thinking camera time and exposure for your sponsor.
Well, that's you have to weigh how much you like that versus points, correct?
Exactly. Playing the game a little bit.
Look at Josh Rubenstein, fastest lap of the race, up to third place as well.
Yeah, nice job.
And
so where did Thompson go?
Yeah, he just dropped off my radar. I didn't see where he went.
Yeah. We haven't seen anything on track.
No, ooh, a little tight there, Tony Barber, and
nice piece of evasive there.
It's the 51 car that the Rudd's racing car. I think that is it's our friend David Rudzinski who had the S10 pickup last time out, but that was a little dicey as they all
really
got held up behind Chatroop there. So I haven't seen Thompson come back around
either.
And I'm trying to figure out where he is. 19th. So he's still on. No, he hasn't even tripped the scoring loop, so he hasn't come back around.
He must have pulled off somewhere, had some sort of mechanical. Now, I'll tell you what, Rubenstein is dialing it up right now, and it's closed into with 0.3 a ding as they head down into turn 1. It's really, really close in that battle. And a couple of other good battles not too far behind them either. I think that's Wasilko and Moss. And then look at this scrum.
Off into turn 1, Chatroop on the outside. There's Tony Barber in the Porsche. And David Rudzinski right in the midst as well. And Zach Lavoie, by the way, is in that purple car. That's not his typical S2000.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah, I haven't seen this car in GLTC yet, I don't think. So this is a brand new build for him, at least in GLTC.
Because that's not an S2, is it?
No, it's an M3, I believe. And he has got his windshield packed full of race cars right now.
He does, and that can drive you absolutely nuts because I've got a quick car here, and there's cars in front of me that are racing in their own race, and they're not going to just open the door and let me through. And that's where you've got to get creative and use cars as a pick to make a move.
Bandy into some lap traffic at the front of the field. But he is maintaining about a 3-second advantage over Jackie Ding, who has got his hands full with Josh Rubenstein in the Miata.
Yeah, Rubenstein is flying right now. Look at that, the 105 of Ganem just put up fastest lap in this race.
Full course yellow, Greg. We've got a full course yellow, and I don't know what for.
I wonder if that may have been Thompson.
It could.
And he pulled off somewhere, and they were trying to give him an opportunity to get going again. Just speculating here. Haven't seen it.
There's not a lot of places to hide here, is there?
No, there's not.
Oh, I see him. At the exit of the uphill on driver's right.
Okay.
So that would be the need for the yellow. You see him right there?
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a tough spot to be because you've got cars kind of coming over that blind crest. And what's frustrating from a racer's perspective is if there's a waving yellow there, you can't use that as a passing opportunity.
Right.
So there is who was our second place runner, now dead stick at the top of the hill.
And you can see, folks, from that shot we had there of just how abrupt that uphill is. It's not a lot of distance from the bottom of it to where you come up over the rise. It happens in a hurry, and then it falls off the other end exactly about that abruptly and steeply, and that's why it really creates some issues.
I wonder, we've only elapsed about 8 minutes of this race. This seems like a pretty quick recovery.
Yep.
I would not be surprised to see the restart. I don't think this works in Kevin Bandy's favor. He had a 3-second lead that has now dwindled to nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Ding, we saw him be super aggressive. I think he was a little out of position on the grid here, but we've seen Rubenstein has been so quick. You wonder if he'll take advantage of it. And Ganem, who had the race's fastest lap, but had a bit of a gap back, up to Nguyen and those guys. Boy, talk about opportunity now if he can keep temperature in those tires.
Yeah, so we've got, I would say, at least another 7 or 8 minutes to get this race in. And actually, Lisa Keys is down there too, so maybe when she added to the mix, they felt the need to go. See, they probably would leave Lisa here. This is probably okay because you're kind of out of an opportunity for an impact, but I think where the 65 is kind of almost where the track rejoins, that's a little bit trickier of a spot.
And what can happen is at the top of the uphill, where it plateaus really abruptly and you can catch air, and even these cars will get really light, and you can spin it up, and if it snaps sideways and spears to the inside, that's right where Thompson's car could be sitting. And, as the old adage goes, if one car gets there, another one can.
Sure thing.
So,
well, under Full Course Yellow, we have an opportunity to talk about the GRIDLIFE Pace Car program, where every event that we have a GLTC race, we host effectively a competition on our social media channels where you can submit your car if you think it's cool enough to be picked as a GLTC pace car. And this Acura Integra that's leading the field is owned by Ken Forgier out of Canada. And to get in the ride of his life in I guess it would be the right seat of this Integra, assuming it's not a JDM model. But get to ride along and experience being in the pace car in your own vehicle on track.
I love that of this program, and you get some mighty unique things that'll be out there for a pace car. This one is quite apropos in many ways because you think about what the model of the car is. You think back to, say, the real-time Acura Integras of the day, and Michael Galati's when he ran his own program and had lots of wins, including Mosport in Canada. It just seems to fit.
It really does fit very nicely, and the idea behind this pace car program here at Circuit Legends is to bring out some of these legendary vehicles, and tomorrow we're going to see a couple other kind of cars that fit the model. We've got a silver Civic hatchback that will be out tomorrow, and then we've got a gold Nissan GTR that will be pacing the field, I believe, later today, as the Lime Rock Park tow truck has reached the 65 of Eric Thompson. And we'll see if we can... what they're going to do, they might just pull him back to the chicane.
I think that's a good move, because instead of trying to tow him all the way around, this could preserve a little bit of this race.
It could, and that's a quick thinking, smart call there by the recovery crew. We've got Gary Cummins up in race control here this weekend as well, helping us out, so always love having Gary with us. John Raymond helping out as well.
Is that the truck that's in iRacing?
It is, yeah. It's usually stationed over by turn one, but they might have it placed somewhere else.
So it's that red car right there, that 105 just coming through, that has the fast lap, and set it shortly before this Full Course Yellow came out.
So I think that car is actually a lap down. The 105 is a black RX-8.
Oh, yes.
So who is that? Who's the lap down car there? Is that Arias in the...
It was an ASM car.
No, it's Cindy Picotte in the...
That's right.
120. Jose said...
All right, pace car's in.
Oh, we're growing green. Here we go.
Oh, look at Ding.
Wow, he's on it.
Wow, did he time that to perfection?
Green flag, and we're racing again. Ding and Kevin Bandy side by side into turn one, Greg.
That was a little bit of dissuasion going on there. Just moving over, give me a little more space. And Bandy, right thing, said, nope, you got plenty of room.
Whoa!
But
he hung the tire off the curb there at turn two.
Man, and that, as you said, it's the Ding fling. And everybody, look at that. You see Bandy had to check up when Ding got a little crossed up, was a little worried about it. And, man, we got us a battle. Look at that train now for second as Ding's starting to ease away a bit.
And the rules in GRIDLIFE, when the green flag is out, you go. You don't have to wait. So Jackie was on it. He was ready. Kevin Bandy was not ready to go, and he got pounced on. And Jackie Ding in the Eibach 86 through West Bend. Not going to be a lot of laps left, Greg. We could get a white anytime.
Yeah, I think so. And for Jackie, that was huge to get that lead. And now, if somebody actually has a little bit better pace behind them, one, they don't have a lot of time to make the move, and two, it puts in a big cloud of dust, everybody coming through it, but a big drop of a tire there. But Ding on his own, nothing but clear
Whoa,
track.
Ganem sideways in the RX-8 at turn 1. He saved it.
He saved it.
Whew. That was right behind Donald Louie in the 404, who made a pass on him there.
That's what did it, I think, was Louie surprised him and took that piece of track away that he was planning on, and he had to check up a little bit.
Quick hands, though. And actually, look at Kevin Bandy.
Yeah, coming back.
This isn't over.
No. And the one thing we know Jackie can do, we've seen him in this car, because it slides a lot, he can run it can be about another car width wide through corners. Right. Sideways. And like that makes it a little tough for a guy to be really comfortable with trying an attack here. White flag coming out.
1 lap to go, 1.5 miles. Jackie Ding sliding this Eibach 86 around. Kevin Bandy's got Rubenstein. It's the MX-5 duo behind. Maybe can they work together to get up to the 86 car for the lead?
Oh, this is going to be fun to watch right to the end here. And Louis over Ganem, then Moss, Chatroop, Alariza, and Wasilko. That's your top 10. But look at Ding just flowing that car, having that back end, beautiful rotation. Bandy thinking about it.
He turned in kind of early, I think, trying to shorten up that corner. Look at Jackie, oversteer, countersteer, left, right, left. But it's close, Greg, a car length and a half.
So tight here. One mistake from Jackie, and these guys are on it. And again, Rubenstein now is taking fast lap away from Ganem. Oh, man, and did you see the lead Jackie got just through that uphill section?
Confidence and commitment.
Absolutely.
2 things that Jackie Ding does not lack.
No.
Down the hill through turn 7, Jackie Ding at a late race restart powers through in the Eibach AE86 Corolla. Checkered flag. Jackie Ding and the Ding Fling are going to win at Lime Rock Park.
He's having fun. Well, you know what? He had told me when I talked to him earlier, he said this thing's never going to really run at the front. But he got it to the front of the B race and was having the time of his life. You know what? What won him, other than the restart, what won him was that commitment through the uphill on that last lap.
That was cool.
That gained him 5 car lengths coming through. That was spectacular. Look at him.
Now he's celebrating.
Yeah.
Jackie Ding, he is absolutely a wheelman.
Oh, man.
And what a
Look at that.
What a cool
Yeah,
cool
okay,
moment.
it was the B race, but he won. And he did it in that somewhat ancient Corolla. But again, I've talked about it so often. I love it because, when those cars were just, when I was really getting into this, man, they were in their class, were spectacular, and it's so evocative.
Yeah, Jackie Ding gets it done. Zach Lavoie up to 11th, climb from the tail of the field. Thomas Lathrop in the 84 up to 14th place in that. And down at the bottom, Eric Thompson, got a feel for him.
Yeah, you do.
Mechanical issue, ends up 19th place. But great work for the recovery crew to get us green flag racing at the end there. And Jackie Ding powers through and wins 1B. Well, we're not done, Greg. We've got another race to go.
We do, but I got it. Just another shout out, 26th to 11th for Zach Lavoie. That was a drive.
Oh, man, what a fun race.
Jackie's coming right down in front of us here, and he is going absolutely crazy inside the cockpit. And one of the reasons was where he qualified in the 8th spot, he was going for 3rd by the end of the first lap.
Yeah, and Eddie Nakato in that 162 strong start. Look at Ding on the inside at West Bend. Tried to muscle past, but the 162 had some issues that pulled him out of the race. As Brandon Ganem, strong start early in the going, pushed up to 4th place. And was attacking Jackie Ding as he hung that thing out halfway across the country there. And look at this mess in turn 1. Louis Chatroop leading the field, and big fight back there for a top 10 spot.
Oh, there was some absolutely fabulous race. As always, a little bit back in the pack, and these guys going after it. And then that was the sad moment for Thompson, who showed such speed early. And then here's that restart. Look at Jackie time it.
It caught us off guard, and I wonder if it did for Bandy as well.
Yep.
The lights went off late. They can turn them off any time. You got to be up on the wheel, but Jackie Ding did not wait, and he just pounced on it and went. Big slide for Brendan Ganem there on Tack and Donald Louie, but Louie was able to come on through and take the lead. Ding, full confidence, full commitment over that crest, and that got him his first GLTC win.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that race, Jackie looked like he was doing a little rallying out there. But, as he said, he gets out of the car and he said, I just can't stop grinning. It's so fun to drive. I forget a little bit about the competitiveness because it's just fun. But, man, when he won that, the way he was celebrating on that cool-down lap, and you couldn't see it, folks, but he came down the pit lane right in front of us, and he was just going crazy inside that cockpit.
I'll bet. I cannot wait to watch the onboard video. He has a point of view helmet cam from that, Greg. So tune into YouTube, give it a week or two. I'll bet you'll have his own perspective of that. So,
from the restart on, we should see that.
Would you believe it that the competition in GLTC is so deep that would have been effectively 30th in a normal race? Now we're going to get to move up to the Group A race and watch all the pointy end of the championship battle go to battle here at Lime Rock Park.
And the top 10 that are coming out here right now, is just looking at it. Talk about stacked. This is just an amazingly talented group in that top 10. And there's some drivers just outside of the top 10 that are up to the task as well. This is going to be a absolute brawl.
Yeah, there are some drivers up there that you are going, oh yeah, we've seen them there for years. Eric Cattell, James Houghton, Matan Rosenberg, Emil Tab, and then there's some surprises there in the top 10. Paul Darling, Kevin Zhu, Nick Barbado. Those are all really impressive qualifying efforts there. I mentioned Kevin Zhu. He drove that car to the racetrack here a couple of years ago, split it with DJ Alessandrini, totally on a budget, and for him to be top 5 in qualifying is an unbelievable accomplishment in this A group, and I'll bet you he'll have a shot to win this thing.
Absolutely. And we were just talking about the commitment of a Jackie Ding. Well, this is very similar. It's like you drive your car to the track, then race it, and just because I've got to do this, and you keep getting after it, and the reward shows up here a few years later in qualifying. It's pretty darn cool.
So we're going to try to extract these cars out of the chicane down here, and once we clear them, we'll be good to go for our GLTC Race 1A event. Similar format and everything. Fastest lap will set the grid for the first races tomorrow, of which we will have 6 total, 3 for A, 3 for B. And we also have more Rush SR racing after this as well, after another drift session. So this is just packed full. And what a value for the crowd here this weekend to come out and just see from sun up to sundown racing at one of the most famous racetracks in the country.
Yeah, it's spectacular. And you get all forms of it. You get drift demos, you get the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, and you get multiple forms of actual road racing. And then when you have a gap, you run up to the top of the hill and into the vendors area. And I did a lap up there just looking at vendors and food vendors and all kinds of stuff up there. And there's a pretty big gaming display area up there too, isn't it?
Yeah, there's big arcade. It's been one of the central focuses of this event is without the ability to do the full music festival here. The arcade's got karaoke going on, some simulators, arcade cabinets, ping pong. There's all sorts of stuff. Nintendo Switches up there, so that it is a full experience, full immersion.
All right.
Yeah. Want to play later?
Sure.
All right. How are you at the old table tennis?
I used to be really good.
Okay.
Then one thing happened that's changed that a little bit.
What was that?
Age.
Oh, okay. Well, all right, we're back on course this time with the A group. And Greg, the starting lineup for this one, you pointed it out. It is, in your words, stout. Eric Cattell, James Houghton on the front row. Tony Marchev and Paul Darling make up that second row, Greg.
Yeah, then Kevin Zhu, Matan Rosenberg, row 3, Emil Tab, and Nicholas Barbado, local guy in the outside of that fourth row. He has proven very quick.
Yeah, Matt Waldbaum rolls off in 9th place in the number 90. And Lena Chin, one of her best starts. She starts 10th in the 917 with Eric Jensen and Ronnie Vidoc right behind.
And then starting 13th at Samuel Scott over Scott Heckert, very talented driver back there a little bit. 15th it'll be Jake Price, and in 16th Eric Magnuson.
Yeah, he's top 5 in the points, Eric Magnuson.
Yeah.
So he's got stuff to race for here today as well. Lee Wombolt, local driver, starts 17th place in the 204. Eric Meadows in 18th, and Peter Zhang in the LS Swap FRS, and Colton Wade in his second event ever in Paul Curley's old Corvette. He rolls off 20th.
Good looking car too. Starting 21st will be the 83 of Carlos Mendez. 22nd Hans Hoppedahl. 23rd the 241 of Tyler Pappas, and 24th the 52 of Matt Corrins. He can be fun to watch.
He sure can be. Salil Shukla starts in 25th alongside Scott Robertson. Manny Smedegard and Michael Pagano wrap up your 28-car field for GLTC Race 1A. So back to the championship battles we kind of talked about earlier in the show. Luke McGrew is not here this weekend. He's taking a week off, taking a breather, taking a break. He's run 20 races so far this season. That's 5 events worth. He's won 9 races, but with his absence, it allows Eric Cattell, Matan Rosenberg, and James Houghton to drop the rest of their poor results. And if those 3 drivers have a good round here, we could walk out with a fierce 4-way battle for the championship lead.
Yeah, and you've got to bet. I mean, thinking obviously Eric Cattell, he's so quick here, and Houghton with that great qualifying effort in second. Both of these guys are well placed to make up something here. And Matan Rosenberg, I'm kind of impressed because honestly, the Vet is not in theory a great car here compared to some of these other cars, and he did an absolutely superb job in that Vet to qualify it in 6th. And the problem for him is, I think, is the weight of those cars because again, this track, you're so hard on the left side tires with the weight of that Vet. That's got to be something he's got to be really mindful of.
Yeah, and I think he's starting a little deeper, but he missed Road America. He was there at the racetrack, but he blew up an engine in practice, so didn't really get a chance to compete there. So he's back around from where he wants to be. And he's got the capability to match Luke McGrew. He's so talented. He's won 3 races this season. The other thing to note is we've got 8 different winners this year. The most ever was 2021, where we had 10 unique winners. Could someone new break through this weekend, like a Paul Darling, like a Tony Marchev? We're not far away from that being a possibility.
I mean, Darling, top to practice, he has shown some real speed here, and I would pick him as the potential to do something. And getting back to Rosenberg, if you haven't seen him for a while, folks, the graphic package he has in that car back from the factory American Le Mans Corvette days is really, really pretty. There it is.
All right, folks. Well, they don't have permanent seats here, but if you're in one, might as well get out of it because you're going to be standing up for the start of this one. Field rolls through West Bend, down the hill at Turn 7. GRIDLIFE Touring Cups, Race 1A here at Lime Rock Park. In a weekend that celebrates all of automotive racing history from the 1980s to now, we continue that legacy with one of the best series in single-class racing at an amateur grassroots level. But the action is anything but. Here we go, side by side, 2 front-wheel drive Hondas on the front row, and we're green and racing at Circuit Legends.
Keep an eye on Rosenberg see if he's got nowhere to go. He's got a little bit more torque in that Vet, but had nowhere to go with it. But look at this move around the outside potentially for James Houghton. And I think Cattell gets the curb. Car snaps sideways. A little touch, Kyle, but they've been able to save it. But I think Houghton, his car is a lot heavier than Cattell's. I think he knew, I got to get to the lead and then be able to defend it.
So tight between these two. They've come kind of elbow to elbow a couple times
yes,
this season back at Carolina Motorsports Park. Houghton with the aggression moves into the lead, and then it's Darling and Marchev side by side for 3rd place.
Oh, and Matan is now up into 5th. He had a nice run and got around the outside up into 5th, but these two already checking out a bit, all because of that battling going on behind here.
Side by side, Waldbaum and Lena Chin, and I think Sam Scott and Peter Zhang were door-to-door down there through turn 6. And this is tough through 7. It's really hard to be side by side there, and they have done it. Front 2, though, Cattell and Houghton nose to tail.
Yeah, Cattell dropped his lefts at the bottom of the diving turn, so he's got some serious commitment unfolding already. And look at this battle for that 10th spot. Look at that scrum of cars heading into Big Bend.
And Lee Wombolt has gone off at turn 2 to the inside, waving yellow flag there, but will drive right on by. Houghton, Cattell, Darling, your top 3. And we'll hope that Lee can get back rolling and keep us green, but it doesn't look like he's been able to move. But there's lots of side-by-side here, so
yeah, there is.
If there's passes, that's penalty. That'll drop you to the tail, so drivers have to be cautious of that. And they're trying to probably all sort it out.
Cattell, a problem!
Trouble for the 2nd place car. And he's going to drop down pretty quickly here to 5th place.
Oh, man. What happened there? Did he have a misshift maybe? You don't see Cattell making those kind of mistakes, but it looks like he's back at speed now.
Yeah, it could have been. I would imagine that would be the case if he's back up to speed. Grabbed the wrong gear. Waldbaum on defense from Lena Chin. And Rosenberg had a look at Marchev into turn 1, but wasn't able to do anything about it.
How about Paul Darling, 2nd place, and not too far off of Houghton here.
No, he's not. And if we get a full course yellow and reset the field, the torque out of that M3 is, I'd want that right now.
You bet. Same thing for Matan there, sitting now in a 4th spot. And Cattell able to get back up to speed here in sitting that 5th spot when he came through. So curious as to what happened there. Sue right behind him, Barbato, and Chin got around Waldbaum.
Yeah, so Barbato up to 7th place. I think he started 9th. He's got Emil Tab right behind him. Emil's never been here before. This is his first time ever coming to Lime Rock Park, already performing. And tell you what, Darling has closed the gap to Houghton.
Sure has.
I see thumbs up from the corner worker here across the way from us. Maybe that car got cleared, and we can stay green.
Oh, Darling taking a little look. And Houghton's got some speed in that car. Piece of debris flying up.
Barbado chasing Catil. Whatever seemed to be the issue for Eric has gone away.
Yeah, he's back at speed, but
and the car's gone. Lee's got that car driven away, so we can stay under green flag conditions here. As Catil rides 3.6 seconds back in 6th. Now, it's not catastrophic.
No.
But it's going to hurt his ability to run down Houghton again. Darling, the second place car again. Is there a curse on P2 in this race?
Yeah, what is going on here? He's still at a crawl. And Catil, just so you know, folks, that last lap that he, after he recovered, was his best lap of the race so far. So he's right back on pace. But wow, what a development here. That's a great point. Is P2 cursed? It's unbelievable here. So now it'll be...
It ain't over, Greg.
Marchev up into second, Rosenberg to third, Zoo. Here they come.
Rosenberg on Marchev here for second place. Into turn 1.
She got him. Oh, look at that Corvette dance. Used up a lot of curves. And did Marchev, he got really crossed up. When he could see Rosenberg coming to look at Catil get crossed up trying to defend here on Barbado.
Yeah, drivers in their mirrors right now, and Catil's wide. Barbado to the inside at turn 3. That's tight between the BMW and the Civic.
And it's really tough for somebody in second when somebody gives you that wide entry into that turn to not be able to get after it here. I think we're going to have a caution here.
There it is, full course.
Yeah, there's no way you can leave Paul where he sits.
Yeah, and he tried. I mean, you saw him dead stick, just try to get over to the right to aim for that chicane.
Everything he could.
Yeah, but something.
But boy, the guy who gets a gift here is Catil.
Yeah, so unfortunately we've had mechanicals kind of slow things down here, but with the laps being so short and the recoveries being done so quickly, it's going to keep things moving. But now, there's a white flag displayed, but this is not a last lap flag. This is just because there's a tow truck that went by.
Exactly.
So we will still get some racing in, I think. But Paul Darling, what a shame for him, Greg.
Oh, he was flying.
And this is what, we mentioned the rule change to the multi-race format. This, in the past, would have dumped him down in the B group for the next race, but clearly the pace is there for an A race overall victory. So he's going to stay in the B group, or the A group rather, for race 2 tomorrow, just at the tail of the field in that group. So
but the bottom 5 that don't have issues will drop to B, and the top 5 that we saw in the B group tomorrow up to A.
You got it.
So Jackie Ding is going to be scrapping with the top group.
He sure will. So hopefully we can get this car pulled into that cutout. And I really like what they've been doing this weekend, using that chicane as a safe haven area.
Yes, I agree.
And just avoiding having to tow cars all the way around. But you mentioned Catil, big break for him. Give him an opportunity to get back up on the horse here on the restart. Houghton did not want to see that, because he's got Matan Rosenberg right behind him. And with how deep Rosenberg started, I think we thought we were free of the Corvette dominance, but no, Matan Rosenberg's right there.
Well, the thing is, for both Houghton and for Rosenberg, this caution lets them cool those tires and brakes. Just, you don't use your brakes a lot here. That's usually not an issue. But lets them cool, particularly those left side tires on those heavier cars. And so, they could really be in a good position on the restart, because both those cars have some grunt.
So hopefully when they get this car, now the question would be, if it's leaking fluid, they wouldn't just tow it. They would probably put it on a flatbed, but it looks like they got it hooked up. Nice work there by the team.
Yeah. Well, when you're in iRacing, you're clearly a legend. You get it done, right?
Paul Darling does a lot of sim racing also, and I think that's been to his advantage.
And the one thing to watch here is Lena Chin, folks. She is an absolute master of the outside pass. And she executed a 3-wide outside pass in the B race when she ended up there because of a mechanical last year, and into Big Bend and made it work. So if Emil Tab or Barbado defend a little bit, that doesn't mean Lena's not coming in. With everything that's happened here, Vidak up into 10th as well. Great to see that.
Scott Heckert, the most recent new winner in GLTC back at Road America, has a lot of history running in NASCAR. I think he's got a couple Cup Series starts, but I know him from Watkins Glen racing the K&N Pro Series back in the day. So
yeah, well, he also started his career, his road racing career in World Challenge when I was announcing, and he started in one of those, what were they called, these sloopy, prototypical-looking GT4 cars, the red ones. Oh, I can't think of the name of it. It was, anyway, they were great cars, and man, he could wheel it, and you could see right from the off that, okay, this guy, understand why he's pretty highly rated.
Yeah, he got the pole on the invert in race 4 at Road America and did not waste it. Just did an absolutely phenomenal job battling Tony Marchev, who conveniently is up in 3rd place right now. So I think Marchev has been the standout this year. After Mid-Ohio, the confidence that he has after running top 5 all weekend has put him into true contention week in and week out. And with the Paul Darling car recovered and on pit lane, the double yellows have been put away. And we've got roughly, I'd say 6 to 8 minutes of race time left. Could be a little less than that because we've been in a slight delay.
Yep.
But we're going to get some green flag racing again. And I'm not going to make the same mistake and get startled by the restart. And I don't think neither will James Houghton if he was watching the first race. So.
Yeah, he was. He's going to be ready for it here. And because Matan's coming. There's no question about that. Here we go. Pace car in. Sorry.
You're good. We're both on it, Greg. We're laser focused. And so are the drivers. Green flag, and we're racing again. Houghton was on it pretty quickly, but that Corvette torque is an advantage down towards turn 1. Here we go.
And Matan has shown a willingness to throw it right to the apex in 1. Can't quite get there this time.
No, he didn't, but it's going to be awful tight here. You see the brake lights come on. Houghton's a little slidey through.
Look at Lena.
Woo, that was dicey. Side by side there as Marchev defends from Kevin Zhu.
Lena, that was an amazing restart. Not just Emil Tab, but she's working on the 49 of Barbado.
Still side by side with Barbado onto the Paul Newman straight. And right behind, look at the DC Sports Integra. There's Emil Tab hiding back there at a 1990 Mazda Miata. Got to look for it. It's tiny.
And this is where we'll see just if Coutil's car is truly healthy, if it was just a little bobble or if there's something with it. He looks good here.
I noticed something, Greg. His headlights are off. They were on when he started. I wonder if it could have been an electrical issue maybe. He shut the lights off to see if that had any effect on it. But Houghton across the stripe leads by 3 car lengths, and Marchev under fire from Kevin Zhu. Down towards turn 1, the Civics on the attack.
Oh, big squeeze. Marchev not giving him much room. Zhu had to eat a lot of curb there. And as a result, had to check out, but Coutil, boy, he almost went off.
He dropped the tire, I think, was able to hold it on track, but that was about as close to mowing the grass as you can get.
It really was.
And again, see it stumble.
Yep.
And it's got a problem.
Yes.
Yeah, there's something not right with this car.
Oh, man. And Vidak got around Waldbaum, too, on that lap, so he's up in the 9th, so he's got a great restart going.
Vidak had to hunt pretty far left there to avoid Coutil, who's, again, back up to speed, and now Vidak's off course, dropping a tire. So there's some intermittent problem that Coutil's able to fix, but you just thought, just stop.
Yeah.
And look at this, 2x2.
Ooh, that's tough to do, and they did it. Beautiful job.
Sam Scott and Colton Wade, 2 of those drivers. Big cloud of dust out of turn 7, and a big mess of cars into turn 1.
Now, that was a huge tire. I don't know that anybody went off, but it was a massive drop, and at the right time, Houghton sets fast lap.
Coutil's got his hands full with Tab and Waldbaum, and Eric Jensen's back there as well, and Oh, spin. That's Colton Wade, turn 1.
Wow, what a shame. Just got out a little too wide.
Emil Tab, Matt Waldbaum, door to door. And up over the crest here at the uphill.
But I'll tell you, Lena Chin sitting in 6th, and again did that outside pass on the restart, and which meant that she was in a really good position when Coutil had that little issue to not get affected by it. And you can see now behind her, there's a pretty sizable gap back to Vidak, Coutil, Tab, those guys.
Rosenberg, quickest lap of his race so far, and he is closed right up to James Houghton. No white flag, so we'll get at least 2 more laps. And a big gaggle of cars into turn 1. Magnuson right behind him, and it might have been Shukla in the 715. That was very tight off into the first corner. I think they got through it. But you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her.
Yeah, she darn near took him when she did that pass on Tab. Almost got them both. But heading onto the Newman straight, she was on the wrong side approaching the uphill. And Jensen putting together a nice drive here as well.
I'd say so. And that was that group I mentioned. They went off into turn 1 3 wide, and they somehow filtered it out. But James Houghton, he's only won one race this season. It came back at GRIDLIFE Midwest. The previous race that he won before that was here last year. Cross the stripe this time, still no white, so we're going to get to go again at least 2 more.
I love it. And Lena in the background has closed up on Barbado. That margin is down to less. Well, it's 2 car lengths, basically.
Houghton was a little wide through 1 and 2, maybe playing to the strengths of his car in a different way than Rosenberg, but Baton is going to have an opportunity somewhere if he can keep the gap this tight.
Well, that's the thing with a front drive car, especially one with a lot of power. You want to sort of diamond the corner a little bit so you get that car turned and straightened before you go to the throttle, because if you go to the throttle when you still have pretty good steering input, then it just pushes. It just wants to walk itself out. And so you just got to drive slightly different lines than you would with a rear drive car. And James has been driving these for a long time. He knows what he needs to do. It's just a matter of executing it.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1. Houghton on defense. He feels the pressure, and Rosenberg is going to pull up to the quarter panel. They're going to battle side by side into one if Baton's deep on the brakes, and he's there.
Just trying to keep that little bit of overlap. All you need is an... it's gone. Look at him throw it in there.
Big slide for the 41. A car length less than that. Rosenberg's right there, but where do you make this pass, Greg? Turn 1's the best place. It's the first corner in the lap. Baton's got to find some magic here in the next mile and 2/10.
Yeah, what Houghton did right there was brilliant. When he exited that other left-hander, he put that car exactly where Baton wanted to go and could teal in to the pits. Done.
That is not great
Massive
for him.
blow.
But remember, race 2 is gridded by lap time, so it's not as big of a blow as it could otherwise be. It won't impact tomorrow.
And that surely is mechanical, so he should be okay in that regard. But Houghton now has built up a little margin coming down through the diving turn one last time.
And it is, I believe, enough. Checkered flag. James Houghton, for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park by 2/10.
Somebody off pretty good. Not sure who it was.
Dust flies. Marchev.
Sorry.
Barbado. Zoo. 3, 4, 5. Waldbaum 9th. Jensen 10th.
This battle right at the line.
Oh, that
was so close.
Pappas was in there. I saw a car dropping down the order, but who was it? Didn't get a look at it, Greg. But I mean, the dust is clearing, and I don't see a lot. So,
well, I'll tell you, it was,
we're good.
No, it was a huge tire drop then, because it threw a chunk of dirt then up in the air, is what I saw. But there was a huge cloud there anyway. Man,
wow. All right, take a deep breath. Let's have a look.
Yeah, no kidding. And look at this: the pace that Lena was attacking so hard in Barbado, he went, "I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here." What a battle for those guys.
What a race. James Houghton, second win of the year. Rosenberg, second place. Tony Marchev, Barbado, first top 5 for him. And then, man, what a great fight. Looking down the order, I think the disappointing run will be for Eric Cattell and Paul Darling, 2 drivers that started in the top 5, that their pace is indicative of race-winning cars, but the car's got to stay together for the 15-minute race, and they've got some work to do tonight.
Yeah, I'm really curious to find out what the deal was with Paul, because I thought he was going to the front. He was going, and that's really a shame to see here. And getting back to Lena, is 6th place. Is that her best finish, I think?
It must be. Let's have a look. I've got the stats here to let you know about that. But, I mean, she did a great job moving forward. Being aggressive, I think, too, is the important piece of that.
Well, in that outside pass, she just is confident. And like I said, she went around Emil and darn near and was alongside of Barbado. But here's that start, and that was a key moment for Mr. Houghton here, because he needed to get to the front.
He did not waste any time, took advantage of maybe some tentativeness by the others and went right to the pointy end. Cattell stumbling, something's amiss. I'm sure he'll figure it out. He's a great mechanic, but he's got some work to do. And then Paul Darling, you mentioned it, attacking, closing in on James Houghton. and was in position here. Look at how tight. There was something that flew off.
I wonder, did that come off of Houghton's car? Or was that?
It looked like something from Paul's.
So that may have been the problem.
And so he immediately slows. And this is a big lunge from Matan. Jumps on the curb, and Marchev kind of locked up trying to miss it. This is what brings the full course yellow out. And Greg, you don't need an endurance race when you pack this much action in 15 minutes, do you?
No kidding. That was spectacular. And then here's the restart. And again, Houghton doing just enough. You were waiting for Rosenberg to pitch it right to the apex here. But what impressed me was on that last lap for Houghton, the car was loosening up, as this is where Coutil again started to struggle, and things started to happen. But on the last lap, Houghton, he had a couple of big slides and was able to hang on to it and put his car right where Matan was going.
Yeah, there's Colton Wade. He just went off on his own.
Yeah.
That was not contact that caused that. Just went around for a loop. He did get back rolling and did finish the race. As we watch Houghton slide out, that gave Rosenberg an opportunity, but there was nowhere to go. You need to find that advantage on the front straight to use it into turn one.
Yep.
Houghton goes through and wins the race. Or this is a white flag lap, rather, and comes on through and wins. And the dirt drop was, that was Vidoc, I believe, that kept going straight.
So that was a big one.
It was a big one.
Yeah, only a front-wheel drive car does that and doesn't end up going off. And the margin of victory, 19.19 of a second. That is another really close finish.
Unbelievable. By the way, you were right about Lena Chin. That is her best finish. It was previously 10th. It is now 6th place. GLTC Race 1 complete. Drift coming up right after this.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
Blake, we need a commercial for GRIDLIFE. Team Ibach drivers, go.
What about Ferris?
Oh, you mean Mr. I'm the fastest Corvette time attack driver in the world? He's too busy in the spotlight right now.
What about Jackie? He's pretty good on camera.
No, he's finally got an actual BMW now, so we don't have any footage.
Essa?
Nah, he's retired now, and he's super YouTube famous.
Coutil?
That guy lives under his car doing tutorials, not interviews.
I don't know, dude, fine. Just run like B-roll of coilover springs or something.
The Falcon Azenas FK510 tire is engineered for today's high-performance vehicles. Built with added tread rigidity for precise handling and an advanced rubber compound that inspires confidence, rain or shine. Get more out of your sports coupe or sedan with the Azenas FK510.
In a weekend packed full of action at Lime Rock Park, GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends celebrates the best of automotive history and tuning culture from the 1980s to now. And it's been an action-packed day here with the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, and Drift Rush SR Model 3 Challenge also on the docket for the weekend. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst for this one. Owen, I need to take a breath. But, of course, up next is Drift, one of the most exciting things we're going to see all weekend. So you saw the racing. That was awesome, but now we get to go back and watch Turk and Forsberg and others lay it down here at Lime Rock.
Yeah, exactly. That's most certainly one of the best parts about GRIDLIFE is that we can watch these insane races from our wheel-to-wheel groups, like GLTC and Rush. And then right after that, we just get to watch some fantastically talented drifters just throw down some laps.
Yeah, there'll probably be a few minutes until they actually roll because of we got to go tow some cars out from the chicane. But, let's talk about the weekend so far, Owen. Of course, tomorrow's sort of the main day. We've got the concourse up at the top of the hill. We've got the arcade that's already rolling. What makes Lime Rock so cool for you? Because for me, it's that all this is contained in this little nugget of a valley here in Connecticut, and it's just all this amazing history and action and this beautiful facility packed into an area that just suits this kind of event so well.
I mean, not to now I'm going to be looking for something else to say, but that's exactly I feel the exact same way. When you come in from that back gate over there and it's just tree line, you don't see any rolling hills or anything, and then once you finally go over that bridge and it's just this magnificently beautiful racetrack that hasn't been touched since it was originally paved, you feel all of the energy and all of the legendary drivers that have been on this racetrack.
And there have been many legends.
Certainly.
Sam Posey, of course, who had a long career in the TV industry for motorsports and in other sports as well. Paul Newman, of course, the famous actor who really used Lime Rock as sort of the place to test his skill over the years as he drove crazier and crazier cars all the way up until efforts in World Challenge and beyond. And then we've got Drift, which is something new for the folks that have been here at Lime Rock for the last 60-some-odd years. It's all a display of car control. It's a display of the tuner culture that we're celebrating here this weekend. And we said earlier, there might be 15, 20 cars that all might share the same chassis name, but that's the only thing that they share.
Yeah, without a doubt.
And back at it already. Big slides here into turn 3. Look at that trail of smoke. That Gran Torino. I have to look this
I'm looking it up.
You were already Googling it? I wasn't paying close enough attention to the chat earlier to tell me if I was wrong or if we were right.
I mean, it's definitely not a Gran Torino because on the back it says Plymouth.
Is this the same generation as that wagon, the BMW wagon? Is that the same as Sean's? Sean's is newer, right?
Sean's is newer, yeah.
Is that E46 generation?
That's
and
an
Sean's
E46,
is E90?
and the one we're talking about is an E90,
Got it.
Yeah, he actually just lowered that thing and it looks so good.
Now he's got to drift it next.
Oh, without a doubt. I think we can coax him into that.
FCP Euro back on course.
There's that Cayenne again. So, Kyle, I needed to know more about this Cayenne.
Please tell me.
So I needed to investigate a little bit about the tires. The tire setup that they're running is a 255 3022. Like, I'm more puzzled, and I'm almost positive if I looked at it on the back correctly, it's a squared setup. So they're running the exact same tire on the front and the exact same tire on the back. And it's not a stock power plant by any means. It's a supercharged LS2. And it looks so strange in there. I'm almost positive that it's a complete custom suspension setup in the front. It has to be the way that it cambers on the front.
I imagine when you put 20-inch rims and you put an LS3 in anything, the suspension doesn't feel like the thing that you're going to ignore after that.
I know, right? Because especially with those types of Cayennes right now, like the big thing that a lot of people are doing with those Cayennes is doing like overlanding off-road builds. So to see someone out here who goes, yeah, we're gonna just do a little bit different. We're gonna get low and we're gonna go fast around a corner sideways.
But there's no rules.
Of course not.
So build what you want. Build what your heart desires.
Yup, exactly.
Grant out there ripping it in the red BMW. One of the Valvoline partners here that's joined us at a handful of events, and we said earlier, always a pleasure to chat with him, and always a smile on his face.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. He's always out there ripping, and I'm sure if we got a shot of him like driving, it would be like Daniel Ricciardo in like an old NASCAR where he's just like smiling ear to ear.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch him get after it. C6 vet, we got no. That's
a C6.
Yeah, it is.
C6.
There was a C7 floating around. I'm trying to keep
that
him straight.
white one. Yeah,
just trying to keep him straight.
Kyle, when are we going to see the orange FRS out here?
Well, so I've got a problem with that, Owen.
For those of you at home, you don't know the look that Kyle just gave me. It was a look of enticement, and he was ready to slide.
I think I told Tom one time, back when they were drifting up by ASM, that I think I told Tom, I was like, yeah, I'll go out to a skid pad with it. and he's like, you know how much that wears and tears on your car, right? I was like, yeah, totally. And I never did, so... I've had my fair share of slides unintentionally and enjoyed myself after I didn't crash.
Oh.
So.
Yeah, well.
Stock power FRS on, some Falcon tire. I got FK 510 tires on that thing.
Dude, just up the tire pressure, and then you're golden.
Chris Forsberg's golden with an NOS Energy Nissan Z.
Wow. I mean, definitely in high school, I totally thought that I was Chris Forsberg when I would put McDonald's trays in the back tires of my Jetta. I thought I was Jesus.
The first ever ride that I took in a drift car was with Chris at Alpine Horizon a couple of years ago.
Wow.
And it was one of the night sessions with the lasers. And That was about the wildest passenger baptism you can ever get.
Yeah, that is a passenger baptism for sure. That just speaks to how fantastic GRIDLIFE Drift is. You know, it's just these guys just all want to come out here and just have a good time and show the fans at home and who like have the ability to come out here a great time.
Great looking, super clean builds here. Love the color on this car.
Nice. It's probably like a very specific color that we should know.
Yeah, well, so I was going to mention it had a similar look to the original wrap for Pickle Rick, which is here this weekend.
Yeah.
Looks really nice now, Pickle Rick does, and it'll be T-Pain here tomorrow, I believe. We'll be ripping that thing around. But Justin Pollock getting after it in the Mustang. I swear that GoPro camera stick gets longer every time he goes out.
He drove past me. I literally had the exact same thought. But another thing with Pollock, I don't think I've ever seen that car drive straight.
I think they set him up to not do that on purpose.
Dude, seriously, they must be like some old OG circle track cars where they got a little bit of a skew to them.
Larry Chen giving us some great perspectives in trail and that the hatchback in tow.
Yeah, that GR Corolla, Kyle, that's the exact same story with the Supra that he got from Road America, where he actually got that GR Corolla with practically delivery miles from Toyota USA, and they're like, yeah, you can go chase drift cars that spit up fiber or like plastic fibers and rubber. It don't matter. We don't care.
Yeah, Larry's been a partner with them for a while. I'm always happy to see him out here with us, and just cool to watch. Yeah. Passengers getting the ride of their life.
Oh yeah. Oh, coming to the door. Oh, woohoo. Oh, is this hurt?
Is it hurt? You tell me.
Oh, dude, last name Life, first name Hurt. Look at him get after it. He's about the pain. He does not want a Dorito rotary no more. It's all about that LS, baby.
And ripping through. Look at this.
Oh my God.
He looks so in tune with this car.
I know, dude.
It's so clean too.
Yup. Oh man, that's definitely not his other car. That's his 240. Oops.
There's the FCP S5.
That thing looks so awesome.
The wrap on it, I think, is great.
Yeah, that's a great livery that they've done on there.
Turk through the smoke there?
I believe so,
Looks
yeah.
Like, ooh, little curb jump there.
Stays in it though. Wow.
Got to the clipping zone there, I'd say.
You think any of these drivers are ever like timing themselves through a section or being like, or checking out their entry speed, you know, stuff like that?
So I had a conversation with a couple of drivers about this, and we had sort of contemplated, and I'm never going to say never, but we had contemplated, hey, what if we had some kind of competition format?
Yeah.
And a bunch of the drivers went, man, we just like coming out here and hanging out.
Yeah.
And that was the advantage to them was, just without the pressures of competition, I think they're just out here having a blast. Getting to do tandems with their bros.
Totally.
And just get to do it.
Yeah.
At these legendary facilities. Yeah. I mean, think about it. All the competitions that you're doing, you're at these world-class facilities, but when you're just hanging out with your bros, you don't get to drift places like Lime Rock or Road America or Mid-Ohio or Watkins Glen. Yeah. But GRIDLIFE you do, and that's the big draw for these guys.
Yeah, that without a doubt. That certainly speaks to what makes GRIDLIFE Drift so good is that there is not a competition for these drift drivers, so they're able to go out there and not really care about I need to make sure I get this certain amount of angle with this guy, with this other driver that I'm going to do a tandem with. Like, they're way more relaxed and they are able to just drive way, way better.
Matt Kaufman. Man, I was going to mention the other thing about GRIDLIFE Drift is because you're on these bigger tracks, the speeds are up so high. And Road America, we saw that on display when drivers were initiating entries into turn 5 at who knows what triple-digit speed. And then driving into the carousel, that's a 110-mile-an-hour corner in a GLTC car. You step that up to a 500, 600, 800-horsepower drift car, then throw it sideways and carry it around 180 degrees of Road America's carousel. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Yeah. And the Big Bend here is of a similar shape, but a much smaller radius. But the speeds are still up quite a bit. So the drivers really like being able to commit, and really the challenge is getting your wheel speed up and keeping it up when you're moving so quickly.
Yeah, I would argue that some of our slower classed time attack cars maybe go around corners at the same pace that certain drift cars do, and the drift cars are doing it sideways. You got another C6 coming around right here, turn 1 through 2. Wow. Some big angle on that one there, Kyle.
Yeah, huge send here.
Oh, stay in missed it. That's what you got to do, Kyle. You got to throttle that son of a gun out,
I think they made that a clipping zone.
I think he meant to do that.
Maybe
truly.
it's the grass clipping zone.
Grass clippings. God bless.
America. Squaw.
We need some more. We need some more V8s out here. There we go. Thank you. Thank you.
You've asked and they have answered.
Thank you. Oh man, we need to go run some more moonshine. I got it.
Gosh, what I mean. Big, loud muscle.
You think someone was doing that like in period in like the early 70s? You think someone was in their like big body, 5,000 gazillion pound American V8 that was 8.2 liters and made a whopping 70 horsepower?
I think you're just describing dirt racing in the 70s. They just didn't do it on pavement yet.
I want to bring back the Malaise era, Kyle. I need the Malaise era in my life, dude.
When two-door cars were 30 feet long.
Oh, dude, that is what I'm talking about.
Ride on a cushion of air.
Dude, exactly. You mean to tell me that these drifters don't want to drive like a 20-foot long S15?
Just land a 747 on the hood of that car, Owen. Cleared.
Is that a Concorde? It's coming down. Look at the droop suit.
Chicago O'Hare wants to know your location. Going to buy up that property to store some jets on it.
They can't find me, bro. They can't find me.
Man, smoke is clearing here at Lime Rock Park, and visibility is not great down there, so I think they might give it a second to clear things up before they turn anybody back loose.
Yeah, I believe so. And strangely, like for Kyle and I, at least out the window, it definitely doesn't look as clear from what the camera sees, I think.
Yeah, the cameras are they're shooting pretty long. It's you got that
yeah,
compression.
that shot right there, you can see it's there's not much smoke in the air at all.
Yeah, but it still is a little tricky when you get around the corner because the valley kind of holds it like a bowl. So
yeah,
it creates a spectacle, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult for the wind to come in and down over the mountain.
Yeah. Well, we got to get Darrell Waltrip's vortex theory going.
Dude.
Just get a bunch of the unlimited cars to create that vortex and suck all the...
Why has there not been a university that has taken the real time to actually turn that into the Darrell Waltrip
I'm convinced
law?
it works. Isn't that how toilets work? Except the other way?
We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that tomorrow at the first drift session. All right. But for now,
you get. You ever did the whirlpool and the kid when you go walk around the pool as fast as you can to get it? How could it be different?
Yeah, of course you're in a pool just by yourself. You got to start jumping up and down.
Air's a fluid, man.
Dude, it is.
I'll bet you it works. I mean, you might need like 250 cars, and the track might need to be a quarter mile long, and get it moving like 8,000 miles an hour.
Luckily, they generally have 40 cars on a track at a time, and it's like 3/4 of a mile long.
Well, we just need to keep them moving.
Yeah. Well, I mean, luckily there's no clouds in the sky right now, so except for some drift smoke. But
these things are cloud generators, man.
They can be and they cannot be. But our cars look the best, no matter what.
So a few more minutes left in this drift session here. Just a momentary lapse to let the smoke clear a bit before we head back out on the racetrack for a few more minutes, and we'll wrap up the day with our Rush SR Race 2. We were treated to a 64,000th of a second margin of victory earlier in the day, and I anticipate that being possible, at least, for the rest of the weekend. And we've, of course, got also the Model 3 Challenge cars that will be on track with their qualifying session after this, and then we'll cover 2 of their heats tomorrow as well. And the Model 3 Challenge is kind of a unique formula where folks with Model 3s of various generations and trim levels can compete on the racetrack together in sort of a pseudo race. It's not wheel-to-wheel in the sense that you can go off into a corner and battle side by side, because there isn't a desire to force everyone to cage their road cars, right? You want to be able to drive it to work every day.
Yeah. Sure.
So I don't want to put a cage in it. So how do you race? Well, you run nose to tail, following each other, and you turn them loose, green flag, and your goal is to get up within a certain distance of the car ahead of you. Once you do that, there's an established zone. Once you do that, you are forced to give a point by, and then that's how you can compete. So we'll see some of that tomorrow as part of the Model 3 Challenges. Hurt is right back on course, and we're back at it here at Lime Rock Park.
That's a really interesting way to set up your sessions. I like that.
Yeah, we saw it at debut last year, and
that's a big old smile out of that car.
Look at the rear wheel bouncing as well.
That's so wild.
It smoothed out, but as it was chattering as he did the transition, and it was bouncing like a basketball for a moment. Forsberg with Chen chasing.
My goodness. I bet that's just a obscenely dramatic shot with like the sun kind of coming down below the mountains, or like behind Spectator Hill. Wow.
Big commitment into 3.
Yeah, big little bit of checkup too.
Forsberg ripping the NOS energy drink Z. And FCP's back out with the Cayenne. Look at the camera on those front tires.
Seriously, this is going to be the strangest tandem we've ever seen. An S15 with a Cayenne first gear.
Looks like it's constantly trying to outsmart the Moose test. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
You ever seen those videos?
Totally, yeah. That's my favorite thing to bring up is the Moose test, I think. I think that's how I break the Moose test. That's how I break the ice at a party. I'm like, you know what the Moose test? No? Okay.
If they don't know the Moose test.
If they don't know the Moose test, then that's on me. That's not on me. Oh my gosh.
I think this would pass the Moose test.
Hold it, keep it going.
I love.
Oh my gosh.
I love silly cars.
Yeah. I love a good unorthodox build. That's what like that one GLTC car, that 1 Series hatch. That thing's so cool to see out there.
Michael Pagano's car. Is that Oaks in the BMW?
Yep, I believe so.
Like he was on his own that time.
I love these 2 cars. These like goldish yellow Verts S14. I believe that's I think it's an S13 convertible, and then the 350Z convertible behind it. Just very, very well done. It's one of the fun things that I like about drift probably so much is the cohesiveness between like kind of smaller drift teams and drift clubs, or that they always generally have a very, very cohesive look to them, and you can tell almost always when they're on the same team.
I think that's super cool. Honestly, I don't think it's been a while since I've seen a C7 Vet. And you know what's cool about this one is it looks like very stock bodywork.
Yeah, totally.
It's just got the normal Stingray bumpers and whatnot, and I think that's really neat.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Oh my goodness.
Getting the shot here. Larry Chen getting all up in his business.
It's like he just flicks the angle and just stays like that. It's just, yep, okay. Wow. A little drop right there into turn 3. Hard onto the power.
Well, he's probably doing a $120 there, straightening back out.
Without a doubt.
On the Paul Newman straight.
This is a beautiful shot.
Great flowing course here at Lime Rock.
Yep.
Been the same since 1957. There's not a lot of racetracks in North America. We actually came from one of the only other tracks that hasn't changed a lot, and that's Road America.
Such a treat to be able to go from one of the largest tracks in the U.S. to like one of the smallest tracks, but they're...
And built within 2 years of each other, too.
Really?
Yeah, wow. 1955 for Road America, 1957 for Lime Rock Park.
Road America's the older brother.
Well, we were just talking at the drop of the show about, motorsports history, and really the 1950s were a period of a lot of transition in the motorsports industry. And a lot of racetracks got built. Turk drop a tire there. A lot of racetracks got built post-World War II after the U.S. banned racing on public roads. Watkins Glen, Mid-Ohio, Laguna Seca, Road Atlanta, Lime Rock Park, Road America, all those tracks, the 7 or 8 that you circle on every calendar, on every schedule ever, those are those tracks. And it's hard, you'd be hard-pressed to find a track after that period that is really known in the United States as being one of the best.
Totally.
It just is what it is, right?
I would 100% agree with that.
It's just all about the history.
Kyle, one of the first road races in America? Can you guess where it was?
In Evanston, Illinois.
God dang it!
Oh! Well, the rear end of that Cayenne went to Evanston, Illinois, and the front end stayed here in Connecticut. Walked around the whole front end of that thing.
Oh, looks like he's got it back together. Wow.
Yeah, no quit. That thing wallows around.
Yeah. Oh, it's spitting flames in the back.
Oh, well, these will be our last runs. Checkered flag is out. Jimmy Oaks.
Beautiful tandem right there.
Love it, how clean and simple Oaks' car is.
Yeah, just a nice, clean, what is that? Guards red? No, that's a Porsche color. But it's a nice, I think it's maybe Hellrot red E36 M3. It's nice.
Last few runs here, Larry Chen chasing. Great shot there, a Big Bend. There's that 350Z. You could get those convertible from factory?
I
mean, you could buy a Murano from factory as a convertive.
You're darn right.
That was a choice.
Well, actually, Kyle, the first, truthfully, the first of the SUV convertibles is here this weekend. Do you know what it is?
I don't.
It's a Volkswagen Golf that was created or taken by an Italian coach builder called, I believe, Bagagna or something like that.
Oh, I've
But they would
heard of
take it
that.
in their convertibles and they would lift them up and then they would put all-wheel drive on them. And they're just the coolest, to use a word from Doug DeMuro, the quirkiest little things out there. They're so rad. I love it.
What are your quirks and features, Mr. Cameraman? Taking a big sip. There you go. Hydrate yourself, bud. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
One more session to go. It's GRIDLIFE Rush SR coming up right after this.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's Flex-Fill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the Flex-Fill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
High performance, year-round traction, long tread life. It's one tire with multiple personalities. Introducing the Azenas FK460, Falcon's all-new ultra-high-performance all-season tire. With an advanced rubber compound that delivers confidence through every curve, in any condition, all year long, making the seemingly impossible possible. Learn more about the Azenas FK460 at falcontire.com.
And the tail end of Friday action from GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park. Welcome to the third iteration of GRIDLIFE's event here up in Lakeville, Connecticut. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer for Rush SR Race 2 here in just a moment's time. But Greg, this Circuit Legends event has been a fan favorite. It's one of my favorite events up here at one of the classic North American road courses with so much history.
Well, it's become one of my favorites, too. You've talked about it to me for about 2 years and haven't been able to get here, and you kept saying, Greg, you're going to love this. And look at this. This is why it celebrates so much from the car culture from the 80s onward. And for me, that was a lot of the time, and a lot of the cars that I've seen around here were cars that I was either a fan of before I got into the announcing or called over the years, and you were spot on. This is an absolutely superb event.
Can't wait for it to continue here as, of course, GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is brought to you by Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of GRIDLIFE and the title partner of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack Championship. And we touched on it, Greg. We're here at Lime Rock Park, this track built back in 1957 in the kind of post-World War II rush to build permanent road racing circuits, 1.5 miles of some of the best turns in North America.
It is. And, you know, what makes it that is it's literally carved into a section of one of the most beautiful small mountain ranges going, the Berkshires, legendary here in Connecticut, and it's why it became, what they call one of those neighborhood communities for New York. It's an amazing track. And it's interesting, the east side, relatively flat. West side, about as different as it gets.
Certainly. It all starts with a run down the Sam Posey straight into turn 1 and 2. That's called Big Bend. And the left-hander, the only time you turn anything other than right, onto the Paul Newman straight, Greg, up towards the uphill at turn 5.
And here's that huge elevation. Literally from the end of that sort of little chicane line, that's how quick you go absolutely to the top of the elevation. And it's very abrupt when it plateaus through a really quick west bend. And then once you just get past where it shows that bridge would be, it just drops as abruptly as it climbed. Massive compression at the bottom. If you get it wrong, it's a huge incident. If you get it right, it's one of the most satisfying things, and it gives you one heck of a launch down that front straight.
Well, Rush SR Race 1 treated us to some amazing action
Yes,
earlier today, didn't it? And Race 2 here is going to set us up for more of that. Ryan Leach and the Rush Stig are going to share that front row following one of my favorite pace cars we've had. We've seen this every year. Greg, this was an actual safety car for, I believe it was CART back in the late 1990s at Long Beach, and it's here, and it's been here every year. This has been my desktop wallpaper for so long. Yep. I love this car.
Yeah, and I had the good fortune. I was announcing Trans Am at Long Beach during that CART era, and I saw this car pace the fields there, and was able to announce a Trans Am race that it paced a couple of times. So yeah, pretty impressive stuff to have that here. And again, it's just this great tribute to the cars and the culture from 1980 onward, and it's on full display here. Yeah, on the track certainly we see some of it, but up on the top of the hill in the upper area in the vendor row with the concourse will be there tomorrow. This is a true celebration, and I'm so glad I'm finally able to be a part of it. And on top of it, the racing has been off the hook insanely good. I mean, the first race for these guys, 64 milliseconds was the margin of victory, and that was for half points.
Oh, man.
Now they're racing for a full 100 points to win, so this should be even more intense.
Yeah, and we mentioned the front row. It's the Stig and Ryan Leach up on the front row. Ayrton Grimm, 15 years old, in that green and white car behind. Then, of course, Cole Gamma, that bright yellow car, is on the outside of the second row. Mike Cohn's going to flip the big old toggle switch in that Supra, and lights are off, and the strobes are off. And that means, Greg, we're coming to the green flag of our second and final Rush SR race of the day. 2 more tomorrow. But the sun is setting here at Lime Rock Park. We have set the stage for an amazing race here with these 145 horsepower GSX powered sports racers. Here we go. Green flag racing in Rush SR at Lime Rock Park. We're underway.
Stig gets a nose ahead. See if he can carry that down into the turn. No! Big lunge by Leach. He floats out a little bit wide. And Ayrton Grimm, this is an opportunity for Ayrton. He said he learned a ton in that first race, but it was Gamma and that bright yellow machine getting around Grimm, grabbing that third spot.
Yeah, the starts have been tricky, I think, for Grimm. He's learning so much for the aggressiveness. When you're new to a car, you don't necessarily have the full confidence to send it in there into Big Bend like Gamma did, but now they're nose to tail heading towards turn 5, the uphill, and it's Leach leading Stig, leading Gamma, leading Grimm.
Yeah, and watch for Leach here in that first race earlier today. If you weren't able to join us, by about mid-race on, that car got wicked loose and was absolutely sideways everywhere. Somehow he hung on it to win. And one thing, when I was talking to Ayrton, he came up for the interview, and he made some comments about how much he learned watching those guys. And he said the tires came in for me just a little late. And he said, so we're going to make a little change, see if I can't get them to come in a little bit sooner. And he was setting fast laps each lap in the latter part of that, had fast lap in the race itself. So young Ayrton, and the one thing I asked him about it, are you more comfortable in these cars than you were GLTC, because it's a little closer to a go-kart, which he just came out of in terms of a formula car prototype feel. And he said it's more similar. Yeah, he said, but it's still very different than a go-kart. So you still have to get your head around how to drive it. I think he's doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Leach establishing a slight lead, 0.3 of a second. It's about as large of a lead as he got the last time. But give the Rush Stig a few laps, and we'll see if Leach is leaning as much on that left rear tire, if he's made any adjustments, perhaps.
Exactly.
I don't think it can't be good to lean that much on the left rear tire at a clockwise track like this. So I imagine that maybe some tuning and some tweaking to get that car to not yaw quite so much could play to his advantage.
Yeah, I mean, he was, by the end of it, that thing was just sideways, and it was a huge testament to his skill set that he was able to drive it that way and hang on for the win. But I think he's going to have to make his adjustment. But the one thing I'm noticing, he's very much an early turn-in guy. You watch him into Big Bend, much sooner he's angling in than anybody else. And what that does is you get mid-corner, and now you've got to get some big rotation, and that just starts to heat up that left rear.
Yeah, and I think Big Bend leaves you some options,
there
right?
We go.
It's such a long corner.
Yeah.
That you can approach it kind of shallow and drift out and tuck in tight, or you can kind of radius the whole thing as one. There's a few different ways you can approach it, depending on how these cars are balanced and where you are in the wind stream as well. It's considering the downforce these cars make. That's a consideration out of such a long sweeping bend. But Ayrton Grimm, fastest of the front runners.
There
that
you go.
Time through.
Yeah, he said he wanted, and this was now a number of laps sooner than he did in that first race when he started setting those fast laps. So that car's coming to him a little bit better here. And the thing is that you have all of those different lines in Big Bend, and they're, that early in diamond and outline can be a really fast line, but it's not a great line sometimes when you're racing. When you got somebody behind you, because as you turn in early then float out, they dive inside. So then if you insist on driving that, look at that again, if you insist on driving that early turn-in line and you got somebody behind you, you got to pinch your exit a little bit, and that's when you get that back end swinging around. That chews up that left rear.
You know what's strange is that Leach attacks West Bend so aggressively with that left rear out, but it gains him time.
Yeah.
He's trading the longevity of that tire for speed, but it's a great defensive maneuver because it leads into the downhill, which leads into the straightaway where your only real passing opportunity is.
Yeah.
So if you're good on that end of the racetrack, it's going to be hard for anyone to find a way around.
That's a really good point here. And, one thing that we saw was that his willingness to attack the uphill and West Bend that's where he would always gain a little time, even though he was really sideways there, like you said. But the thing is, how long can you maintain that before you really start hurting that tire big time?
Yeah, the battle for the lead could heat up. I'm looking at 9th and 10th on the running order. Hamilton and Forsberg, the two drivers running for Team Rapscallion with the Sunoco liveries. Those two drivers, they come from a drift background. Not a lot of traditional racing background. For them to be in the top 10 in this fight and nose to tail, I bet you they're having a huge blast right now, competing against each other with the competition so fierce.
Absolutely. And the thing was, Forsberg had out-qualified Hamilton for the first race by a fair chunk, and Hamilton was able to run him down and finish in front of him. So there's a serious inter-team mano-a-mano scrap going on. Are you seeing puffs of smoke going into one?
I wasn't. I was just thinking that Forsberg was just in a drift car like 12, 15 minutes ago. And he must already be hot and sweaty jumping right in. That's impressive in its own right. But I'll keep an eye on the smoke into one.
It was just going into one. I thought, I don't know who it was, but it seemed like there was a nice puff of smoke. Maybe it's just a little bit of dirt that was on the inside of the track. But
not a lot of yaw that time for
Leach. Maybe he realized because it seems to me he was getting all those slides earlier than he did in the first race. And, can you keep that alive for 15 minutes?
He almost didn't last time. There was some lap traffic that played into it. And I think we're going to have lap traffic be a factor again.
Yep.
Just based on the time differences that we're seeing. And obviously the Rush Dig paid attention to it. Ayrton Grimm paid attention to it. You have to pounce when you get your opportunity because it takes you 3 or 4 laps to build a run that the Stig is trying to do right now.
Well, that's the one thing. This track, we've talked about it a lot, and you're going to hear it more. It may be the definitive momentum track. And in a spec group, it's all about carrying mid-corner and exit speed, because if you can do that better than the guy behind you or the guy in front of you, you're either going to distance yourself or you're going to run that guy down in front of you. And that's what you have to do in these cars. But if you suddenly lose that momentum, these aren't 4, 5, 6, 800 horsepower cars. It takes a little longer for it to spool back up again, and that's where you can get hurt.
Yeah, about 145 horsepower from the GSX motorcycle engine, effectively. It's chain-driven.
Yep.
And the Rush Dig picks up the best lap of the race, 2/10, and 15 is on
Bruno Papura. And he's been struggling a little bit with speed, and he may have a little bit of a problem there. But I think the Stig now, there you can see, he sees that rotation, And I think, obviously the Stig's going to know that's happening earlier. Hound him and really get him to damage that of that right rear tire and see if he can do something. And Grimm looking really anxious to get around on Gamma here.
Well, he sees these front two starting to battle, and Gamma's dropped off their tail.
Yeah.
He does not want to be left out of this fight, so he's got to dispatch Gamma before he runs out of time.
Yeah, the Stig just set fast lap in the race. So he's upped it as well here.
And through the downhill, across the stripe, about halfway through this race, give or take. And it's still 0.2 of a second. Gamma and Grimm right behind.
And then there's the blue car, Radman, and he happens to be second in the championship. It's a ways off of Leach right now, but he's there. And again, Leach really crossed up.
It's so strange how it doesn't seem to hurt him that bad. Like when he slips, he's still got his foot to the floor, and he's able to salvage it in a way that doesn't leave him vulnerable in the next corner.
Oh, sorry, was just watching down into turn one out our window here, and two guys went in side by side. It was a late breaking duel, and I hope they both made it through. They were getting after it here, but it just shows you how far deep in the pack we're seeing some serious racing going on here.
So 5-6 car lengths between the two leaders. And Gamma kind of got back up and distanced Grimm again just enough. But it's just been these four in a 4-car breakaway this time. It was 3 cars in race 1, but Gamma has inserted himself right in the midst. And the Rush Stig, fastest of the race again. Oh man, Leach hanging it out sideways through Big Bend. And all 4 are beginning to accordion back together.
They are.
As the timer ticks down to 0.
And, at a certain point, you would think, and we said this in the first race, and so Leach may, have this well in hand here, but at a certain point, if you keep throwing that car sideways, you would think you're going to hit that point of diminishing returns where that tire is just going to get too hot, too damaged, too whatever to be able to do anything. But every time we say that, he does this. He gaps him a little bit here. And one thing I'm noticing is he is being much more circumspect in West Bend. After those first couple laps here, when we saw him looking like he did the whole race in the first one where he was all sideways, Leach now is looking a lot more, easy on his line through West Bend. Giving up maybe a little bit of flow through there to keep that tire underneath him a bit.
Yeah, so while these front 4 continue to battle, but keeping my eyes on Hamilton and Forsberg. Here they are, the Team Rapscallion cars. Sunoco liveried machines, both drift drivers from their past, but today they're racing. And here's Forsberg all over Nate Hamilton for 9th.
Yeah, he is giving it some serious welly here, and he's looking for a way through. And great looking cars, aren't they, with that graphics package, and they are being driven exceptionally well. And you can see there where Hamilton just was better from the midpoint of Big Bend into the transition for the left-hander. And that's the thing, you find yourself that little spot where you can gap them by a couple of car lengths. That'll pay big dividends, but just that quick, then Forsberg gets right back onto his 6.
It's so much fun because while they don't necessarily have a ton of wheel-to-wheel road racing experience, Nate Hamilton had none. It still is a learning experience for both of them. And to watch drivers from a completely different sector of motorsports be able to do this so well, this is what GRIDLIFE is all about. It's, the inclusion of motorsports. Doesn't matter if it's drift, DE, time attack, side-by-side racing here between two drift buddies. Here comes Forsberg down the inside, and Hamilton crosses him over.
That was beautiful. The inside to the outside in move paid off big there. And that Hamilton just showed patience there, didn't he? He saw Forsberg make the move. He said, I'm just going to wait, and there he goes.
That was unbelievable, and I don't think we're done just yet.
No.
Forsberg, he learned something there.
You bet he did.
You can brake late, just maybe not that much.
Not quite there.
He got it slowed down, kept it on the course, though, and that can be very useful to know. So we go back to the leaders. Lap traffic coming up for Leach and the Rush Stig.
Yeah, that's Tom Burns right in front of them. And as you can see, Grimm taking a look to the inside. Did he get through for third?
Not quite.
He's working the outside angle now.
And he is through. What a pass.
Right. Yeah, beautiful.
So now he's got to make up 1.4 seconds or so as those front 2 get into traffic. It's not over yet by any stretch.
Well, he told me, he said, one, the tires came in a little late. He said, but I was also really babying them a little bit. I wanted grip late, but he's left only 3 minutes left in this. That's a lot to try and make up in a relatively short amount of time here.
And I'll be honest, Greg, we have not, we've got time. So with these races, again, we run in a time block.
Yep.
And we've got 14 minutes left in this time block. So I'm not going to say they're going to run for all 14. I'm just not going to say they're going to cut it short.
Oh, big lock up there by the Stig. Cost him a few car lengths.
Got it wound down, though.
Yeah, he did. But
3/10 is all that stands between him and Ryan Leach. Onto the rumble strips there at turn 3. Look at him working the wheel.
Oh, I love it. And Grimm got hung up in that traffic. Again, Tom Burns, he did everything he could to get out of the way, but it took Grimm a while to get through, and he's lost about 1.5 seconds to this battle up front. That margin now up to about 2.5 seconds.
I saw Forsberg go by Hamilton, and I also hear some body work flapping on somebody driving around the track, so there might have been a little touch somewhere.
Here are the top 2. Here comes Grimm.
Yeah, there is definitely something flapping around. You hear it on the audio, which is just, these cars have such an amazing soundtrack.
They do.
Into turn 1, I don't see anything amiss.
No.
Oh, big slide from Ryan Leach. That's too much. That won't be fast, and the Rush Stig is going to have to pounce if he wants by.
Yeah, and that may be that wounded left tire now, as Martin Brundle would say in Formula One. It just has lost interest.
Well, I bet you the Rush Stig will take a peculiar interest to
yes, he will.
The condition of Leach's left rear tire, rather, and more traffic.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Gama has not just let Grimm get away. He's sticking with him a bit here. Oh, and this is the same thing we had in that previous race. That's Joe Tang, and that is a teammate to the leader, Leach. And again, just gets way out of the way. White flag.
Last lap around here in Rush SR Race 2. And it's 3 car lengths between Ryan Leach and the Rush Stig.
I think that's Grimm.
It does sound like that, yeah. That could explain also why he hasn't maybe run down these front 2, but into turn 3, and this is going to be tight here between these 2. Ryan Leach has got to keep an eye on those mirrors onto the Paul Newman straight.
Well, it's the uphill where Leach generally is able to pull out a little bit of an advantage here. Let's see what happens.
Over the
crest. No big gain. I mean, it's a few car lengths. He's looking okay here, and see how much more planted he is through West Bend. So I think he's done enough.
He has done enough. I don't think the Rush Stig's got much for him this time. Last time out is 64,000. Big crossover thrown, and the Stig's going to pit in. That's going to give Grimm second place. Leach crosses the stripe, wins the race. Grimm flapping something comes across the stripe second.
He was losing a 0.5 second a lap from whatever that was.
Yeah, so the Stig will often pit in, so that's not a huge surprise. But so let's take a look at this 49. Can we see what's going on? It sounded like it might have been underneath the car.
I don't see it. The front splitter is not flapping at all. So I wonder if it's a diffuser on the back. Tough to tell.
Yeah. Either way.
Yep.
That time, Leach made it a little more decisively, and Forsberg is the one that beats Hamilton, so he managed to get that pass complete and beat Hamilton by 3 seconds. So Forsberg's the new guy to the car. Hamilton has an event under his belt.
Wow, that's going to be interesting. And I'll tell you what, Gamma was coming back after Grimm when Grimm had that problem, and Grimm made a super aggressive pass on Joseph Tang in the number 48, and that's what got him the margin because Gamma could not sneak through at the same time. That's what saved that second spot for him.
Yeah, what a great race again.
Yes.
But I think there's still more brewing in this.
I think so.
And take another look at Grimm. The diffuser seems on it, so
looks good.
Could be something under the floor as well. Here's a look at the highlights from this one.
Maybe he's pushing so hard in the throttle it. Forget it.
And through West Bend again, Ryan Leach has been hanging that thing out super sideways, and Cole Gamma got through to third on Ayrton Grimm. And you have to wonder, had Grimm been right up with those top 2, maybe he could have done something about it, but he had to dispatch Gamma first. But again, these front four have just put on a show so far this weekend. And this is the same thing that happened at Road America with a different group of drivers. It was just 3 or 4 that would always break away, and it just becomes a absolute chess match.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just and for the Stig, to watch Ryan Leach and then these two guys was so fun to watch. And there was that big lunge. Now watch him overshoot. Beautiful counter move.
Yeah, excellently done there. And big lockup, that's what you pointed out earlier, Greg, just getting too deep into the brakes. And was this the big slide here for Ryan Leach?
I think it was another lap. But we're going to get the checker here. It was weird. I thought that the Stig got forced onto the grass for a minute, and then I went, oh no, he's just pitting.
Yep. What a race. What a drive. And how about the scenes around Lime Rock Park? Find me a prettier racetrack.
Pretty idyllic here, isn't it?
It is. And look at the paddock packed full.
Yeah.
And the campgrounds are sold out. GA tickets are still available for tomorrow as well. And of course, the Sunday, we kind of do a cars and coffee thing here because you can't run on Sundays. So it's all a part of the Circuit Legends weekend. And what we're not going to see right now, but we will see tomorrow, is the Model 3 Challenge group. They're going to go out and qualify here to end our day. But tomorrow, we're going to get to watch them race in their heats. We'll explain more of the format tomorrow. But
unique format for them.
It is.
Interesting.
It's sort of a blend between Time Attack DE and wheel-to-wheel racing. But they've got 11 cars, and we'll get to see them do their competition tomorrow right here from Lime Rock Park. Greg, final thoughts on Friday?
Well, one of the things is if you haven't been here before, when you come, get here early in the morning, because as you get to one of the higher spots coming in, you see that morning mist just laying inside the Berkshires. It's about as pretty as it gets. Then you enter this track and you're in this speed bowl that is absolutely stunning. And I think what we've seen today is just a precursor for what's going to come tomorrow, because we've got so much activity coming your way tomorrow. 6 more GLTC races, 2 more of these, the Tesla Model 3 Challenge, and of course drifting and Time Attack. It's going to be a glorious day tomorrow. This was just a little teaser for you folks. Make sure and join us when we restart again a little earlier tomorrow.
It is a full day of action tomorrow. We kick things off with our second GLTC race at around 10:25 a.m. But from Lime Rock Park, from Lakeville, Connecticut, and for Greg Kramer, myself, Kyle Heyer, and for Owen Horst, thanks so much for joining us today. We'll be back again live with more coverage of GridLife Circuit Legends, a celebration of automotive culture from the 1980s to now. We'll see you tomorrow.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won the Daytona 500.
You spend thousands of hours on the road.
Can he do it again?
Feel hundreds of horses under the hood. But every race, lap, and victory you get starts at 0. New NOS, 0 sugar. 0 sugar, 100% NOS, get after it.
Falcon Azenas RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falcon Azenas RT660.